Hello, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and god damn, if y'all don't live in a place that got snowed in, then you should feel super lucky right now. The snow is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Shit is ridiculous. Um, I mean, it was up to like my knees. 405, that's bonkers. That's freaking bonkers. For what? You guys got like what, 2 inches? But ice, right? Because I have a relative that lives way down there and said that it's like ice, mostly ice there, in the Carolinas. And I was like, that's still not fun slipping and sliding, but you're used to it, Leah. You know how to drive like a boss in the snow. So while you're bossing around everywhere, everyone else is just like, I can't go out. There's an inch of snow. You got 2 feet, Linda? We probably got over 2 feet, I would guess, or about 2 feet. It's up to my knee, at least my yard. And the roads are still shit, I'll tell you that much. And we're going to get more snow. We're going to get more snow today. I don't know how much, maybe an inch or two, but we're still going to get more, you know? Well, you can handle it. Well, the beach is that way, right? You can handle it because you're a boss. That's why. You went out 4 times? Snow blowers. See, I have a neighbor that has a snow blower, and he rescued someone last night. I was kind of peeping out the window, and thank you, Linda. I appreciate that. I actually, funny you say talk about coffee. I ordered this yesterday, and I put it in the fridge for today because I was like, "There's no way there's going to be a DoorDasher that's going to want to go out in this, and I don't want to like risk it." So I ordered 2 yesterday and then put it in the fridge because I can't survive without my coffee, man. It's just not an option. It's just not an option. But I did see many a people um out being like rescued, even on my little side street, just like neighbors trying to get in or out. It was crazy. Hold on one second, guys. I keep getting a call from someone, so it must be important. Hold on. I think it's a real life butt dial, guys. We'll find out because I'm going to call back and we're going to see. I wonder if any of you wonderful people live near Boston, Quincy area. I need someone who needs some help with some shoveling. I swear to God, everybody thinks I'm like the fixer of everything. Like, listen, I can fix some things, but I can't bippity boppity shit. And actually, this one's green. Today, I decided I was going to go with a light green and a pink. I felt like, it's very snowy out. It's very winter. And I was like, you know what? I feel very springy. So I'm going to manifest the spring. And so I decided I was going to do a light pink and then a little bit of white and then merge it into a green, a very light sort of springy green color. See, that's what I mean. Like listen, I can't fix everything, but I can attempt to fix, all sorts of random shit. Got stuck in my lifted 4-wheel drive. See, that's what I mean. Like people are getting stuck that shouldn't get stuck, and I've wielded phone calls to help whoever I can help. We obviously help my immediate neighbors. We have people who live across the street. There's a woman who's older who lives alone, and we do her driveway in her car. And then we have friends that live next to them with their 4 kids. And my driveway is super long. Theirs is like half the size of mine, but still pretty big. So we help them. You do what you can. You do what you can. But I have someone who lives over in Quincy who's disabled, and the plows, they moved out of the parking lot that they park in for the place that they live so that the plows could plow the parking lot, and they moved onto the street so they could do their job and wait for them to clear the spaces so they could move back. And lo and behold, they go to move the car back and look out, and the plow drivers have plowed in the spaces, not cleared out the spaces, but used some of the spaces to dump the snow, which is not how you plow. I plowed for many years. You have to clear the spaces, not leave the snow in the spaces. And hers is like way in the back. So they just assume you can plow in 3 or 4 spaces and just put all the snow there. And so now it doesn't leave anywhere for her to actually park her vehicle because you can't park on the street after a certain time. It's like a whole rigmarole. And so it's like, there's no way she's going to be able to shovel that out on her own. No chance. No chance in hell. So now I have to bippity boppity some magic and try to figure out someone who can help her. Because I can't. I'm not anywhere near there. And I don't have a car or drive anymore. So I'm stuck here. I mean, well, they do have a lot of places where she is. There's like buildings, and there's 4 apartments or like townhouses in each building. So in between each building is area for grass, then another building, area for grass on the other side, another building, area for grass on the other side. So there is 2 areas, one on this side of the other place and one on this side of the place, which is right next to the parking lot. They could have pushed that snow right into there and right into there, and they just didn't. The guy was clearly just lazy, bottom line. Bottom line, the guy was just lazy, Potato head snowman. Oh my God. That would be hilarious. I need lots of pictures of this, Christina. Hey, dark side. Yeah, I have spring on my brain. I want rid of the cold and the snow. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. So, all right. Okay. I do. I'm not a fan. She has neighbors, but they're all like, it's for people who are like disabled. So it's like none of those people are going to be able to help her. Some are, in wheelchairs. Some are, you know what I mean? Like it's not going to be a place where she could get that kind of help, which is like why they should be doing it. But she called and they're like, oh no, we're closed today. It's like an answering service. Nothing we can do. And she's like, well, if I call tomorrow, can you guys fix it? And they're like, oh, we're not taking snow calls. It's like, okay, well, you guys are the ones who hired the plows. It's your job to call the plow and say, hey, you blocked in spaces for residents. You need to clear that out. It's what we pay you to do. And they're like, oh, we're just an answering service. Basically, we can't help you. Like, fucking. Girl, you say the word vacation and my head's like, when would love, I need love and need a damn vacation. I usually take one a summer, and that's to Saco. And it is absolute blast. I would never give up that couple days I spend on the river with friends because, it's one of those things where like everyone needs and we call it I call it an adult timeout. Everyone needs an adult timeout here and there. And I cherish the being able to go with, friends and do that. What is happening right now? Mm, let's see. Sorry, I'm getting like a lot of notifications and messages and clusterfuck, guys, clusterfuck. Oh yeah, he loves to talk about me. I mean, I guess you would probably hate people that can expose you for the fraud that you fucking are, while in turn claiming everyone else is a fraud. That's the part that gets me, is how many lives people like him and his minions have altered, ruined, simply to hide his own shit. I was watching last night. I was actually folding laundry. So I was in chat for a little bit, and then I I was still listening, but I popped out of chat to, like, fold laundry, and I was doing dinner and stuff. But the problem, Hampton Beach, yeah, that they are. Yeah, the drivers, the plow drivers should have known that, but of course, I just don't think they were paying attention, or they just didn't care. No, he's not going to address it. He's not going to address that. He's not going to address the Halloween fundraiser. He doesn't address things that are true. If you didn't notice that. And because privately, his thinking is, if he just ignores it and doesn't talk about it, it'll eventually not be part of the news cycle anymore. It'll go away. And so that is what he's been doing for quite a long time at this point, is basically being like, well, I'm just going to ignore it until it goes away. Like, until it just disappears. Also, Patriots for the Super Bowl, bitches. It's funny because I was literally thinking about that as I was folding my Edelman jersey yesterday. But you are right. I definitely do need to get a Drake May one day. I do. I really do. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Meredith has a lot of these receipts because she was with him. You know what I mean? Like, she was with him. They were together. So it's like, dang, like, these are things that a lot of us have been saying for a long time that we know for a fact because of other victims who have come to us, the receipts that we have of that, but we can't put those receipts out there without revealing who the victim is. And they would just go through terrible harassment for that. So when people are like, well, I want you to put a receipt out there, it's like, I have it, but I can't, because if I do, then that person has to deal with a level of harassment that is not okay. That is just not okay. And I am not willing to, give someone's information just for people's need to see a receipt. Most people who have been with me long term know that I just don't say shit for fun, right? Like, I don't say shit just to say it. I don't make shit up, right? Like, if I'm telling you something happened, it's because something happened. He tried to get into Meredith's email. Doesn't shock me. He's trying to, like, hack into her shit, and so that doesn't shock me. Once again, trying to hack into people's shit. Him or one of his minions. I mean, it's no doubt in my mind, if he hacked into my email, he would be disappointed. It's literally just me and all of you that messaged me, like, saying, like, hey, watched your show, great job, here's information on this case, or something interesting on here, or I know you like this, so here's where you can go look at this. So he actually would probably make him rage the fuck out because he rages out if anybody else has any attention that, he thinks belongs to him, which is, like, such sick thinking. Like, guess what? Attention can go to everyone. Everyone. 5 people can support 5 other people. Imagine that. 5 of you in my chat could support me and 5 other creators if they wanted to. He assumes wrongly that if, say, for instance, we'll use you, Kathy, right? If Kathy comes to my show and donates to my show, then that means Kathy now can't donate to Turtle Boy. So that's a problem for him. That's a huge issue for him. He has problem with that. He doesn't seem to, like, realize that if one person donates, they can also donate to another person. Also, they have the free will to choose who they want to donate to and who they don't, right? Who they would like to support and who they would not like to support. That's everyone's choice by themselves. You know what I mean? Jay Boogs, Jay Brill or Jay Boogie? Well, that's the thing, is he gets these people to do the dirty work so that he doesn't have to, so later on he can feign ignorance. This is something I have been warning people about for 2.5 years. I dealt with it myself and I continue to deal with it, okay? Because I don't just shut up and go away. The amount of harassment and unhinged behavior that I have to deal with is fucking astronomical. And I might not come here and talk about it every day because it's pointless. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same shit over and over and over. I'd just be talking. I would have to take my whole stream to tell you all the ridiculous, harassing, unhinged behavior that I dealt with the day before. You know what I mean? Like the incessant calls and text messages and emails and sending things to my house unpaid for, and mail, hate letters and death threats, and like this shit is bonkers. That, like, anybody that thinks that any of that stuff is okay, it needs to get their head checked. Okay. And I'll tell you, there are many people on both sides who have dealt with this level of harassment. Look at the way they go after Nan Gallagher. You have Jimmy, Aiden, Melanie Little, like all of these people hating on her for what? It's the same narrative every time, right? Oh, she buys her way to friendship. I will tell you firsthand that she has donated to people and said, I don't want it to be read aloud. Like, so if she doesn't want it to be read aloud when she's donating to certain channels, although she likes to do public to show support, she also does private to these creators that she supports. And so does that not speak to the volumes of like, okay, I don't always need to be seen. So that kind of goes against their whole fucking stupid narrative of, oh, she just donates to want to make friends. It's like, okay, well, kind of goes against your narrative when she also does it privately. Wouldn't you think she would ask for that? Pat, if that was you know what I mean? Like, it's just the same narratives they really use on everyone. They're just recycled a little depending on who you're talking about, right? For me, it's like, oh, she just needs attention. Like, no. His main thing is to call everyone crazy. Everyone is crazy. Everyone is a scammer. Everyone. So do you remember how he tried to say Donna didn't donate to Karen's defense fund, and then he accidentally showed the receipt of her literally donating to Karen's defense fund, and then tried to feign ignorance about why he was showing the receipt of her doing it, right? Then she puts the receipt out, and of course it's fake, it's not real. He tried that exact same thing with me way back in the beginning when I supported Karen. I did like a 50-50 on my show, and I put 50% into her defense fund. So after he attacked me, he tried to claim that I kept it and everyone's Karen's defense fund. See, the problem with that is 3 things. A, they send an email to your email. B, it was still on the pay to it. And you could see it listed there. Right. And 4, my stream is still up where you can watch the whole thing. So, but he bets on his minions not going back, not looking at anything, and just taking his word for it. And unfortunately, guess what? They do. They just take his word for it. They take his word for it. They don't bother to look into it. And if you put a receipt out in the same way that they do when Chris is putting stuff out, hashtag koala gang, it's fake. It's AI. It's not real. It's photoshopped. So at some point I literally and I was like, you know what? I'm not giving any more receipts. Fuck that. Right? I'm not going to prove a negative, right? I'm not going to prove that I'm not crazy and I'm not a scammer because he said so. Right? Like, because every receipt I put out, then it's fake. It's AI. It's not real. And you can put 7 different versions of it out. Here's the email. Here's it on its own website. And yet they still, mind-bogglingly, will be like, nope, it's fake. It's not real. You didn't do it. Aiden said so. It's like maddening. So at what point do you go, you know what? I don't fucking owe a bunch of people who will believe anything he says a goddamn fucking thing. I know myself. I know my integrity. I don't need to prove it to anyone. I don't need a cookie or a medal like he does, or a fucking parade. You know what I mean? That's a good point, Amy. And I would like to know as well. And it's, if you want to connect with me via like DMs, maybe on X, or even email, or even text message, I'll give you my thoughts on that, because there's just been so many things that have happened behind closed doors that if you don't have the full context of all of that, it doesn't make sense. I mean, still doesn't make sense even when you have all that why they haven't done X, Y, and Z yet. But they could have issued an arrest warrant for various crimes, including wiretapping, blackmail, extortion. I mean, they could have done this 10 times over already. Yeah, so Sean is going to be on John's show tonight. I think it was 6:30, something like that. As you guys know, we don't agree on the case, right? But Sean has always had my back, and I appreciate that. They're trying to make pictures of Chris fat. They can try all they want. They're mad because Chris has a fan club of women that think that he's hot and gorgeous. I think the turtle's mad about that. Dick Nose is upset about that. It's when they try to say I'm ugly. You know what I mean? Like, okay, go with that. You guys go with that. Listen, I'm not a supermodel, but I'm not an ugly girl. So let's be honest here. Like when you try to say someone's like ugly or doesn't look good, and when they clearly do, it makes yourself look stupid. Let's be honest here. You know what I mean? Come on. Oh, I see. So why go after him? You know what I mean? Like why? I think Aiden just needs content, you guys. Let's be honest. You know, I agree. Melanie Little has some serious issues with, you have to remember, she like doubled or tripled her like following from the Karen Reed case. So like those are all the people who are paying her, right? So she's not going to go against the people who are paying her, you know? That's a good point, LTG. I don't know why anybody else cares, to be honest. But hey, you know, they watch everyone's pockets except their own. Except their own, right? Like you guys have the need to like watch Nan's pockets. Why don't you watch your own? Why don't the turtle writers start asking Aiden why he's buying a home and begging for defense fund money? Shouldn't he be using the money that he would use as a down payment for a home for his own defense money? Because as far as I'm concerned, you don't make up a defense fund unless you don't have the funds. If you have the funds, then why are you asking everybody else to pay for it as you continue committing crimes and racking the bill up? Like, come on, you know? Why is she so blind? She's not blind. Melanie Little knows exactly what's going on. Exactly what's going on. She's grifting. She knows if she says a bad word about Aiden, she loses a lot of her followers, and that's a lot of dollar signs. She's fully aware of what the fuck she's doing. You know? I agree, LTG. I 100% agree. The young city manager said the level of harassment and pretty much immediate relentless harassment surrounding anything to do with this case is wild. Kindness is free. We don't have to agree to have civility. Fucking bravo. Can you say it louder for the people in the back? Because it's something I've been saying for a really fucking long time. The level of harassment is send you to the mental institution. Like that's the level that it becomes where someone's being constantly, relentlessly harassed and disparaged and insulted. Their family, their livelihood, their everything is being attacked simply for nothing. For nothing, for the stupidest of stupid, for not agreeing with Turtle Boy, for holding him accountable, for not liking the bullshit. Oh, hell no. Who's going after Astro? That is a no-go. See, that's the thing. I've made pretty good relationships with people on both sides of this. And there are some pretty good people on both sides. There are a lot of people who are waking up to what the fuck is going on, and they're embarrassed that they ever supported someone like Aiden, right? A lot of people are like, can I get my donations back? Like, can you write a check? Like, agreed, Kathy. It's a lot of puppeting sort of back and forth, you know? And Jimmy, I feel like, is just jealous. Buddy, what else would you have a reason to attack someone? And again, what pisses me off is that these are people who were supporting, right? Like supporting your channels, all of your channels, the Sewer Cruise channels, supporting all of you to make a living and, you know, be able to do what you do. And here you are disparaging the very people that put a hand out to help you. Like, I'm sorry, but since when did just like basic human kindness, basic respect, basic just giving what someone else gave to you in terms of the way they're treating you, you treat them the same? Like, when did that just magically fly out the window? I mean, are people teaching their children that they should, you know, take things from people and then throw them away like trash when they're no longer useful, or when someone else tells them to not think for themselves, that they need to do what said leader said because they can trade the one person and just poo-poo them, or they could lose, you know, 5,000 subscribers, and that's a lot of money. It's like, Yeah, money is important, okay? As creators, we all want to make sure that we can make a living and pay our bills. But sometimes it gets to a level where it's like, where is the ethical line, man? Like, where the fuck is it? Because for me, the ethical line is when you're sitting there in front of your camera talking to your audience and you sit there and you just boldly lie to them. Like, that's the line. That's the line for me. When you're boldly lying and covering up crimes simply because dollar signs. Sorry, not sorry, but I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the fucking mirror if I just sat here and lied to people to cover up shit Aiden did. Because make no mistake, you're going to get caught every single time. And Aiden doesn't care. He'll throw you under the bus and anybody else he can to save himself. So you sitting there and and a lot of it's fear, out of fear. I think Meredith said this last night when she was on her little live that like, you know, for a long time she said nothing out of fear because she didn't want to have to deal with the level of harassment and stuff that she's dealing with right now. I fully believe a lot of those people is the same. It's fear, but it's also money with the creators. And it's like, have a little bit of fucking integrity. Just a little, just a smidge, dude. Yeah, the dollar signs are nice. You know, they're great and all. But how do you sleep at night knowing that you helped him harass innocent people and that someone could hurt themselves or someone else? Like, so are we waiting for something like that to happen? You know, are we waiting? Like, what are we waiting for? I love, you know, Melanie's whole act about talking about fake accounts and how people hide behind fake stuff. And she doesn't like fake stuff, but she uses that filter a lot. You know, just saying. She often loses that filter a lot to care about fake shit, you know? I just don't get it. You know? I don't fucking get it. Well, you guys have to remember that's what she wanted, right? Was to be an actress. She hasn't practiced law since 2015. Her last cases were in 2015 and 2014. So over a decade. Okay? Over a decade she hasn't practiced law. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe it was the failed actress gig that did it, you know? Yeah, spending all the money on houses and Patriots games instead of defense fund. You know? Crazy. You know? Absolutely fucking bonkers. I did see that this morning. I saw it this morning. I did. I saw it this morning. Wait, what's happening? Hold on. Um So apparently, like Val and her minions are like attacking Astro, and it's like Astro's one of the nicest people. It's like this is the hypocrisy. Is you can't talk to free Karen Reed and anti-free Karen Reed can't talk to each other, says Val, while Val goes on spaces with both, and then as soon as those people don't want anything to do with her again, she runs back to the whole like, oh well, you can't talk to free Karen Reed or anti-free Karen Reed people. None of y'all could talk to each other. It's gross. It's like, no, you're gross. You're going wherever the wind will blow on whoever will pay attention to you that day. At least stand for fucking something. Don't be a coward. Stand for something. You know? Fuck, dude. Oh my God. I love this. And you would know because you're a dog trainer. So I absolutely love this. I feel like we need to turn this into like something with a GIF. Like your whole comment right here. We need to turn this into a GIF. The thumbs up. Yes. Oh, I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Yes. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel. We very well appreciate it. And if you would like, there are many other ways you can donate to the channel. You can hit the super chat button and do a super chat, super sticker. You can get yourself a membership to the channel, or you can gift memberships to other channels. Isn't that funny, Donovan? I've never practiced law, but I sure as hell know more than Melanie Little does. Isn't that quite amazing? Even people who don't practice law know more than she does. What does that fucking say? Womp, womp, womp. There are a million other different ways you can donate to the channel as well. We have Cash App, Venmo, Chime, Revolut. What else? PayPal. And then in the chat should be pinned, right? It's pinned, right, guys? should be pinned to the top of the chat, is a link you can use for credit or debit. It goes to my PayPal, but if you click on it, you can use any credit or debit card you want. It's just bonkers to me. These people are willing to like throw so much money at people who will lie to them, right? If you go and like, I've seen the clips of people who will put up like the clips of Aiden or Jess receiving like this donation, this donation, this donation, this donation. And you're like, these people later on, they're the very same people later on that go, I wish that I didn't do that. And I wish I would have spent it elsewhere because now it feels like I just burned it. And it's like, we tried to warn you. Aiden doesn't care about who he makes look stupid. He will make all of his followers look stupid over and over and over again. He's been telling people privately that he doesn't want to talk about this new stock account that he's been caught in because his attorneys don't want him to. And again, he thinks it'll just go away if he doesn't address it. It isn't going to go away. It's not going to go away. It's not how it works. It's just not going to just disappear, That's sad, though. You should be able to, give an opinion on something respectfully and civilly. I mean, I'll tell you, at least here, we have plenty of people that do that. I mean, it might be one of the only places on YouTube where the both sides, coexist. So I'll say that much. Because any other chat that I go into, it's one side or the other heavy. And anybody even giving like a civil discussion about it is out you go, unfortunately. Yeah, no, we need to, like, what the hell? That it is just pathetic at this point. Docs Astro for what? Her opinions? I thought we said saying things on like what happened to freedom of speech. These are the same people that follow Aiden and screams about freedom of speech. I mean, it's so insane to me. So Bradel has already been under investigation by the BBO. When he was a prosecutor, he hid evidence that kept somebody in jail for over a decade. I think it was almost 2 decades. I can't remember the exact amount of time, but he was already under investigation with the BBO. He's already had 2 hearings, public hearings. And so, yeah, he could have his license suspended for that, ultimately. And the shit that he's done just in Aiden's cases with lying straight to the court, like, I wouldn't be surprised when that happens. Bradel's not an ethical guy, in my opinion, not by a goddamn long shot. So, he's been under investigation for, I think it's 2 or 3 years now with the BBO stuff. So, that's not even like new information at this point. We already knew that. There was, I think 2, maybe 3 hearings on it already. Yeah, see, I don't make a habit out of screaming in my chats. You know what I mean? I'm not screaming at people. Aiden's famous thing is to tell people to die in a hole when they give any criticism. And it's like some of the people are pretty civil about it. And if they're saying something that, like, you ever notice when someone does that, I will literally put the comment up and then I'll laugh about it and just be like, wow, you're an idiot. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But I'm not going to sit there and scream and yell. You want to see me scream and yell, then go after my mods. Like they do God's work. you want to see me scream and yell, go after the people that are doing God's work. Other than that, no. Well, he is under BBO investigation. He's already had 2 hearings. They're public. I watched the last one. So I mean that part is confirmed. I don't know if they're referring to something else on top of that, but that part is confirmed. Hi, Sparkly Rabbit. Sparkly made a channel. She's hosting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, Leah. Oh my God. Hope Melanie auditions for a Steven Tyler documentary show as him. She'd kill it. I fucking can't. Oh, you wanted to boop him first? Sorry, my bad. I'm quick on the trigger finger. She practiced civil law. She practiced civil law. And that's the thing. A lot has changed over the last decade. I also have seen her apply law from her state to like cases in other states. And it's like, no, not how it works. I've also seen her not understand basic concepts of law and be like, I question how much civil law she even practiced. If you like, how'd you pass the bar? If you don't even know some of the basic concepts, I'm confused here. Like, what the fuck? We ain't letting it go away. That's right, Kim. That's right. I mean, a lot of people aren't letting it go. They're certainly still asking Aiden where the money from the fundraiser went from 2024. They should be asking him why he's buying a home and asking for a home inspector. So that's his way of saying like he's not bothered and he's doing great, was to like put that out there. It's like, oh, I'm looking for a home inspector. Because in his mind, in a narcissist's mind, it sounds good. It makes people think he's doing amazing. When in reality, what it really tells people is that you're just being an actual scammer, an actual grifter, what you call everyone else. What you're actually doing. Because if you have the money to pay for your own defense fund, you shouldn't be spending money on a house. You should be paying for your own defense fund and not asking other people to do it. Just saying. We absolutely can, New Hampshire, dude. I am glad that we were able to talk like normal human beings, because I find you very witty and knowledgeable. And, you know, I wouldn't have had some of these friendships with people if I wasn't willing to just have a basic conversation. Like, that's the part that gets me, is basic conversations can happen, right? They can. We can disagree on a case and still be nice and kind to one another. That can happen. There's only one person and his minions that don't want it to happen, and it's Aiden, because he needs that chaos to make money on his channel. He needs it. He needs it for content. See, that's what I mean. It's like, you have to be careful with spaces now too, because if you don't know the screen name or someone changed their screen name, you want to let them up to speak, but then half the time it's somebody trying to troll, and it's just absurd, absurd. Hey, truth bombs are okay, right? Like, sorry, not sorry on that. Wildo has an issue, Get your Wildo, everyone. Get your Wildo. I can't. I literally can't. I mean, I've pretty much shared everything there is to know about me over the last couple of years. I did volunteer advocacy and still do 16 years maybe before I started this channel. I still do that kind of work because it's important to me. And people have always asked me for a really long time, like, why don't I just work for a company that does it? And I have two answers to that, which is A, the people that I help can't afford to pay for it. They can't. They're the lowest income of lowest income. They can't afford to pay for it. And B, when you work for an entity, like, for instance, you work for a place that does domestic violence, you're very limited in what you're allowed to do. I'm not limited as a volunteer advocate. I can do whatever. I can deal with, domestic violence and addiction and homelessness and mental health, and help, single families, single parent families. I can help, people who are just one or two adults. I can, refer them to a place that's going to help them here and a place that's going to help them here, with two separate things. And I have the knowledge to do that, right? I'm also someone who has been clean and sober from opiates for this year is 19 years. It's a long time. I went from someone who was an addict, dealt with a lot of childhood abuse, SA. I grew up a little bit in foster care, and then with my grandparents before that. And then I aged out of the system at 17 and a half and had a baby. I had my daughter and lived on my own since I was 17 and a half. Graduated high school with my baby. That baby is now 21, but she does have a terminal illness, a rare terminal illness. And I went from someone who sat in a jail cell for petty crime of having drugs, to someone who worked in the prison system as basically a CEO without that same title, because I worked for a private company that took over the jail, and the jail is Bridgewater. It was for mental health. It's mental health prisoners. So I kind of went full circle in my life. I went, from being the addict and someone who had been a survivor of domestic violence to someone who helped people with those things. And I've, done the ups and downs. I was a dancer for 10 years. I made a lot of money, right? I've had everything and I've had nothing, right? Like, I've lived both sides of the tracks. And I think even though a lot of that's just the tip of the iceberg on some of the things that I have dealt with in my, 39 years of life, if I didn't go through a lot of this really bad, horrific nonsense, I don't think I would have the level of understanding or empathy or knowledge that I have now to be able to help other people. I just don't think I would have it if I didn't have to go through those things. And I don't wish those things on anyone, but if I didn't deal with those things, would I be able to have the level of understanding and empathy and sympathy and just human emotion that I do now. You know, my grandparents always instilled in me that, like, you don't just, like, live to work and pay bills. You live to try to make the world a little bit of a better place when you leave. And I want that for my kids, and I want that for one day I have grandkids. I wanna leave the world a little bit better than I came in, right? So I always say, like, put your good karma in your karma bank. So it doesn't cost money to hold the door for someone. It doesn't cost money to carry your neighbor's groceries or shovel their driveway. It costs nothing but time. And that's good karma that you're putting out into the universe. So you can put that good karma out into the universe, and it might take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It might take a week, might take a month, but eventually that good karma will come back. It will. It'll come back. And so it's the same for bad karma. If you put bad karma in this world and you keep putting bad karma in this world, it's going to bite you in the ass. It's going to bite you in the ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of you know, I've been dealing with, like, a family crisis that I'm still dealing with. So I haven't been on every day like I'm used to being on. But I do my best, obviously, because this is my income, right? And I might not make as much as Turtle Boy or Melanie Little or some of these really awful, terrible people who are willing to sit there and lie. But I built my channel brick by brick, piece by piece on my own. I didn't need a 40,000 influx of people from the turtle, and now I'm tethered to him forever, because if I say a bad word about him or if I call him out for his bad behavior, I lose all the subscribers that are, you know, standing by him. I'm not tethered to him in that way. All of those other people are. I can't imagine wanting to even be tethered to someone that way. Absolutely freaking not. Absolutely not. There has to be a line. And just there isn't with some of these people. There just is no line, you know? Melanie Little's opening. She says she lives in New York City. Nope, you can't say that when you live over an hour away from the city. Yeah, probably not, right? I'm from Boston originally. I grew up in Boston, and then the South Shore, but I don't live in Boston anymore. I live on the South Coast of Massachusetts, but nonetheless, I still live here in Mass, and I have met so many amazing people through my channel. You know, I might not make a ton of money. I'm still the working poor. I'm a small channel, but I have so many friendships from people all over the world that I wouldn't have otherwise. And I cherish those, because if it wasn't for my channel and it wasn't for all of you, how? How could I have done that? So I've had my channel since 2023, but I took 2 long breaks. So winter of 2023, I took about a 6-month break. And then it was summer of 2024. I took another like 6-month break. So about a year of that is, or a little bit more than a year of that is breaks that I took for various, you know, reasons. I'm used to dealing with the harassment at this point because I've been dealing with it so heavily since 2023 when it comes to Aiden. That, like, it's just like part of my everyday life. And some of these people I just have to laugh at. Correction. My channel is Sparkly Rabbit 444. Okay, perfect. So if you're looking for it, that's how you look it up, guys. Thank you. And for me, it's like, I'm not any better than someone who has been, you know, got through it for 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, right? Like, domestic violence, addiction, homelessness, like, all of those things are really fucking hard to go through. SA as a child, like, some people bring that to their grave. The first person I told it is when I was 21, and that's when I got sober. So I was 21 years old before I ever told anybody what happened to me for years as a kid. That's and some people never do. They bring it to their grave. And so I like to remind people that, especially people in active addiction, like, you're not alone, but try to figure out the reason why you're using to begin with. What pain are you trying to kill, right? What trauma are you trying to kill? Because more than likely, that's the bottom line. Until you get to the bottom of that, no amount of programs or detoxes or medication is going to make you stop using until you get to the root cause of what pain you're trying to kill and why. It was only then that my brain clicked. You know, therapy for PTSD is a must, right? And it doesn't, and I don't just mean like traditional therapy. I mean, like, however you choose to do therapy, whether that's at home yoga or just having a really close friend that you can talk to about this stuff, or a traditional therapist, or you go paintballing on the weekends. whatever it is, music therapy, like whatever it is that helps you heal as a person is definitely what you should do, because traditional therapy routes don't always work. I didn't do traditional therapy routes for 10 plus years. I tried, but it was never the right therapist, or it just wasn't the right vibe. It was always like, well, how do you feel about that? Well, how the fuck do you think I feel about that? I can't have a therapist that goes, well, how do you feel about that? How do you think I feel about that? What am I paying you for? What's the insurance paying you for at this point? Like, so for a long time, I was just like, no, I'm going to deal with this whatever way is most healing for me. I did a lot of meditation. Yep. I read a lot. I like to read. You guys know I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. I read of all things, all sorts of things. I get bored of one thing. I'm like, all right, you know what? Today we're going to do math, right? We're going to do physics today. Like, I'll just pick a random subject. I'm like, I need to know everything about this subject. Everything. Like everything. Because I'm a nerd, So it's like 2023, I think. I think it was 2020. Yeah, 2023. It was 2023. It does put empathy in your heart, because you know what it's like to live through something really awful, like really awful. Girl, I feel you. I don't even get like Social Security. After I got COVID, I have what they call long haul COVID. On top of all, I never had health issues other than my liver issue, which I was born with. So after I had COVID, it caused inflammation in my entire body. And so I got tinnitus in my ear. So it was like a constant ringing in my ear. Then I got myocarditis of the heart. Then I got the psoriasis and the arthritis and the fibromyalgia and the MS and POTS. And so the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And I had none of these before I had COVID, and this was pre-vaccine. So I can't even be like, oh, it was the vaccine and it hurt me. And because there's like a payout system for if a vaccine did harm you, that they give somehow, some way. But this was pre-vaccine even. I was like one of the first, however many people to get COVID in the first strain. And so it literally disabled my body. I've been doing physical jobs since I was I've been working since I was 14. So I danced for over a decade. I worked at the prison, right? Physical jobs for a really long time. So realizing that my body will no longer do that was hard for someone in their 30s, right? Like I'm in my 30s. And when I first got sick, I think it was like 30, 31, somewhere around there. And it felt like my life was kind of stolen from me, right? Like my capacity to earn a living in a physical job was gone. I can't do it anymore physically. I cannot do it. And I have a little at home, right? So 40 to 60 grand a year, or 30 to 60 grand a year is what it would cost in childcare. And if you're in the middle ground where you make too much to get a voucher, but not enough to pay all your bills, like we are, then, you're kind of shit out of luck. You're paying full price. And if you're only making 60 grand a year, you certainly can't pay 50 or 60 grand just in childcare alone, or you're losing money. So at that point, my only option was to be home with my child. And so I had to start getting creative, right? Getting creative and figuring out how to make a living, but also stay true to who I am and trying to help people in the way that I like to do. And most of you know that had it probably not been for the way, my daughter's disease was, that I probably would have finished college. I would have been a lawyer by now. Law was my passion, has always been my passion since I sat on that stand at 12 as a witness. I knew in that moment, like that's what I wanted to do. And so I was like, you know what? Maybe I can start a YouTube channel. I can still do my advocacy work. I can find other people that probably need help there. I can go over cases. I can explain it to people in a way that they understand and that's easy to digest. And I can also be here to get my child on and off the bus. I can move the schedule to work this day if I need to, this day if I don't need to, change the times if I need to, shut the camera off if I need to, take a break if I need to. And so those things are something a traditional job, even a stay-at-home job, is not going to give you. You're not going to be able to not work on this day or time if your body is like saying no. You're not going to be able to lay down if you need to and shut your camera off. You're not going to be able to say, well, today is just too much and I can't, so I'm going to move it till tomorrow. And then you'd still have to find a way for childcare. Now, most of you know, most of my family is dead and gone. We don't have anyone to, come get our child or watch our child for free or anything like that. So I do what I have to do. But I wanted to stay true to being able to help people. And this seemed like a way to be able to do what I love to do, and at the same time talk about things that I love to delve into, like cases. And so most of you know that I've experienced two people in my life that have gone missing. One being a girl I went to high school with's mom, who went missing in 2019 before COVID and has not been seen since. And my friend Miguel, who went missing in the early 2000s. It's been about 20 years now, and he went missing in Maine, and he has not been seen to this day. The FBI now has offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to recovering him and bringing him home, because, I mean, after 20 years, you have to think he's probably not alive. If he was, it's a goddamn miracle. But most of us would like to know what happened to Mickey. Where is Mickey, right? Like, that's what we called him. His name's Miguel, but like people who know him called him Mickey. And so that was two of the reasons why I started my channel was, and it's funny because after we started the channel and talked about Mickey's case a couple times, the FBI started getting some tips, which is why they ultimately decided to offer the reward. I had posted on Reddit about it. I had done a couple of shows about it. And my hope was to at least generate something to help solve Mickey's case and bring him home to his mother, who has been relentlessly fighting for her son since the beginning. And so, you know, there's just so many reasons why it made sense for me to start a channel. And so I did. And here I am. And here I am, you know. How? That's a good question, Amy. So, I don't know if you have it or not, but if you do, then you notice that, like, say you're watching TV and you change the channel, all of a sudden, and a regular person wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but now it's in a different pitch and you start to cringe. Like, what is, like, you're just trying to watch a regular show and the pitch is a little higher, high enough to aggravate the ringing in your ear to the point where it's very uncomfortable. So I'd have to change it to something else. And so falling asleep or staying asleep was obnoxious when you have a constant ringing in your ear. But I did find something that worked to help stay asleep. And I mean, I don't stay asleep the whole night because of my PTSD anyway, but I at least can fall asleep, which is rain sounds. Rain sounds or beach sounds. If you put them on the TV, actually Amazon, if you have Prime, has them for free, and it's black screen. So the screen is black. So it's still black in your room, and you'll just hear like thunderstorm, rain sounds, or beach sounds. And that actually will drown out the tinnitus enough that you can fall asleep and stay asleep with that on. And it'll play for like 9 hours or 12 hours. They have different ones, 9 hours, 12 hours. So it'll play continuously throughout the night with a black screen, and you'll be able to sleep with the tinnitus because it's, yeah, see, down shower sounds. So it's like everything works differently for different people. You know what I mean? But that's what worked for me. So if you have tinnitus, I suggest trying it because it definitely changed the game for me when it came to dealing with tinnitus. I never had to. So basically, COVID woke up this inflammation in my body that's now wreaking havoc everywhere, including my gallbladder and pancreas, like all, like, just inflammation throughout my entire body. And so they're still studying it. So they're literally still studying how COVID did this and why and how it can be treated. And so there are like a million different things that the doctors have tried on me, like a guinea pig, that haven't worked, you know. Tried muscle relaxers, we've tried all sorts of things, just simply don't work. Physical therapy, which made it 10 times worse. So there's like a happy medium between. I used to love hiking. Hiking is one of my favorite things to do. And I can probably do trails, like regular trails, and not like, you know, miles and miles, but I could do like regular, sort of not flat, but like sort of flat trails, but I can no longer hike uphill or anything like that. I just can't do it. Hey, girl. My soul is intact. I'll tell you that much. It's in there. Thank God. Nice to see you, though. Nice of you to pop in, my friends. But that's a good question. They really haven't figured out how to rebuild my system, how to make it so that I'm not constantly tired or in chronic pain or out of energy or having, you know, gallbladder issues, or my skin. I have psoriasis now, like all over my shins. It's on my scalp. It's like I have rosacea. It's a little bit on my face. Like I never had any of that before. It's very itchy. It's uncomfortable. And that's on top of like the chronic pain and then the really lack of energy. Like I am drained of my energy all the time. So I had to take a lot of like vitamin C, iron, magnesium, things like that to just keep energy, which sucks because I'm also on a bunch of medications to try. So what they're doing is essentially dealing with them one by one instead of as a whole. And they would rather try to deal with them as a whole because they're all the symptoms of one thing that happened. But the problem with that is they don't know enough about long haul COVID or how or why, because it affects different people in different ways, to be able to treat it as a whole. So now they have to treat each thing one by one by one. And basically it's like, try this. And if this doesn't work, we'll try this. Right. And that's sort of what I've been dealing with this entire time, unfortunately. Oh, that's so nice. I love that. I mean, we have a lot of different conversations in here about a lot of random stuff for sure, but I like to call this my safe space where people who have, PTSD, anxiety, mental health, survivors of addiction, homelessness, losing a loved one, having a medically complex family member, child, parent, like whatever, like we will talk about literally anything and everything, even those taboo subjects that normal people don't want to go over, because I want people to know they're not alone. Right. Like most people, I know you're just popping in here today, but most people know, like you can find me on Twitter or Facebook or email me at twistedtragedies3@gmail.com. And I respond. Like, I don't want anybody to ever feel like they're alone in dealing with something. I am always here. And I know that I'm always willing to sit on the phone if I have to for 5 hours with you and talk about something completely different if you want to laugh and get rid of the anxiety or talk it out. Sometimes I have to talk things out and I have to repeat it to like get it out, and like, so no matter what you want to do, whether it's cry, scream, yell, talk about something different, like no one should ever feel like they don't have someone that they can call for that. And sometimes it's easier to talk to someone you don't know or than it is to talk to like a family member or a friend when they act like they just don't understand, and connecting with people that have similar things they're dealing with. It's so good for the soul. Like it's very comforting to have other people that understand the things that you're dealing with or going through. And I learned early on with dealing with a lot of these health issues that connecting with other people that have some of them really is helpful. It really is extremely helpful. Girl, me too. I'm a nerd. They used to call me a unicorn because I was a pretty nerd. So apparently that's like a unicorn thing. Didn't know it was a thing, but apparently it is because I love information. I love information. Shower sounds. Yeah, those are good. Sounds maddening. No pun intended. Yeah, mine's autoimmune as well. Sojourn syndrome and all the neurological issues go with it. Yeah. See, so mine's, some of them are autoimmune. So I have I have a shitty immune system. So I get sick easier. It's a fucking. So I've seen Mass Ioneer. My daughter also goes to Mass Ioneer for her. She's blind. My oldest went blind because of her disease. So that's who she sees as Mass Ioneer. And when my doctors from Boston tell me that there's like they'll always sign me up for like new research or new treatments for long haul COVID. And sometimes they'll have like treatment clinics or whatever. So when my doctor, there's always like a subset of things that you have to fall into for like the certain medications they're trying or the certain treatments they're trying. So I've tried 2 different ones that didn't work, but I've tried them nonetheless, and I will continue to try them until something works. That's for sure. Oh, I am so glad you feel so much better. I was hoping that your sleep, that was my main concern, was your sleep got better. I mean, not having sleep or I know firsthand, interrupted sleep is like having no sleep. The energy that gets drained from me for not being able to sleep through the night is, oh my God, obnoxious. Obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. My nephew's autistic. My sister-in-law has Down syndrome. My sister has AP deletion. My daughter has STAT3 gain of function. So less than 200 people on planet Earth have what my daughter has. On planet Earth, not the United States, planet Earth. And so we got misdiagnoses for her until she was like 10 because her disease didn't exist. Literally did not exist. There's only 2 doctors that were studying it in a lab. There's still only 2 doctors studying it in a lab in the entire United States, and they reside in Texas. So our doctors work with those doctors on best treatments for her. I tried acupuncture. I did try acupuncture. Although I did like acupuncture, it didn't really help. I did like it though. It was relaxing. I am snowed in. I'm totally snowed in. I am. Oh, Liam, maybe you can help someone else. Loss wants to know, is it a form of HRT? She's struggling. Yeah, there's a lot of shoveling to be done if you drive and you need to get your car out. Oh, listen, I can't. That's the problem, girl. Like, that's the problem. That's literally the problem. You know, like, you got all these medical needs. Then on top of it, you have your basic needs, right? And then you have your kids. So the answer is I don't afford it. I don't. A lot of times they have like for prescriptions, they have like what's called like care something. And it's like a code that you put in and it'll make it less, or you can get your prescriptions at like CVS and get like the knockoff version of it, like the generic version of it. But that's not always possible, especially with a medication there's only one of. So it's a whole rigmarole of like, prior authorizations with the insurance company and fighting them, and the doctors having to fight them for them wanting to know why it's medically necessary. Like, the answer is because the doctor said so. You shouldn't have to fight with the insurance company for them to say, well, we don't understand why it's medically necessary, because the fucking doctor said it's medically necessary. That's why, right? But it's a lot of fighting back and forth with prior authorizations and why it's medically necessary, and it's not cost efficient, and it's a shit show. Let's just put it that way. I don't afford it. That's the problem, Amy. I don't. I literally don't. And no, not having a car is our worst nightmare. Our old one died and it wasn't just not fixable. It just wasn't fixable. And I don't have, $4,000 or $5,000 in my back pocket to purchase a new used vehicle to just get us places. And, that would be a game changer. Legit. Having a car would be a game changer. When my car died like that, it sucked. If you're shoveling, do not use your back. Lift with your legs, folks. Don't be blowing out your back while you're shoveling. I managed 10 public storage locations years ago as a floating manager of 10 locations. And that was part of the training. We had to train new people coming in who are working in the locations, is you do not lift anything with your back. You lift with your knees. Okay? With your knees. With your knees. Don't be blowing your backs out trying to shovel, folks. If you live in the South Coast near me, I could possibly help. What? Sorry. Yeah. Autoimmune sucks, and after COVID, it's, I never had anything like that until before. Oh, thank you, Sparkly. I appreciate you. That's what I do for work. Authorization docs and fight for approvals for prosthetics. That's awful. Prosthetics should be an automatic, for someone who needs a prosthetic. It should be automatic. Now I'm trying to... someone recently pointed out to me, they're like, have you noticed, I think it was yesterday on my stream, like, have you noticed there's a lot more people on Twitter, like on both sides, sort of like defending you when it comes to like the turtle riders running their mouths? And I was like, I have actually noticed that. And I appreciate that. I appreciate it from all of you. Hey, Gingy. I know it's totally like Snowville here. I kid you not, It is snow, ice, and we're going to get more snow today. Like, what? So I also want to throw this out there, right? I don't know who the hell decided that it's a good idea to like try to go after Astro. Like, what did Astro ever do to anyone? She's probably one of the kindest things. Yeah, delivery is like the only way I can. And where I live, there's no like trains or buses. So, Uber, Lyft, Instacart, DoorDash, like it's awful because the fees are through the roof. I can't afford them, but I don't really have another choice, right? That's why I think it's on my Amazon list. There is like, gift cards for like DoorDash or Uber or Lyft and Instacart, because those are probably the most helpful right now, And it is so much more expensive, like so much more expensive. But it's about what you can get in the here and now. You know, once in a while, my neighbor is kind enough to let me borrow her car to go to the store if she's home and is available. I mean, they have 4 kids, so you know they're not always available. Yeah, that's the other thing that it has to be specific, like to get the okay. Like it has to be written the right way, or they send it back and go, nope, denied. Like denied, dude. It's a prosthetic, you know, especially for that. Yeah, why be threatened by Astro? Astro's such a nice person too. It's like Astro hasn't said anything but the truth. Let's throw that out there. Astro hasn't said anything but the truth. Is the truth a problem? Because the only people who would want to be going after the people who are telling the truth, as I've been experiencing for 3 years, are the people who are lying and the truth is now coming out, aka the sewer crew, right? The absolute sewer crew. So you're talking about people like Aiden and Wildo and Melanie Little and Auntie Deb and the Brokeback Baker and all of these idiots that just take their dog whistles from Aiden and he talks shit about one person and then here they go. Here they go. Rat House Media. Never met the guy a day in my life. Somehow he's talking about me. Never met you. Don't know you. Don't care to. You know what I mean? Like, it's clearly scary, you know? I know they should be, but they're like at the bottom of my list, I think, actually, just because I've done over the list so many goddamn times. But you're right. Nobody ever buys them, but they are on there, you know? Like, I don't care if they're e-card, like the e ones, like the e version. I don't think you can put them on your Amazon wish list, but like those go right to your email and you can put them right on. So those are probably the best options, you know? Right? The limb's not going to grow back. Like it's medically necessary. Why argue about why a prosthetic is medically necessary? But that's the same shit that I get. And to be fair, before I had health issues, I'm fighting with the insurance company about my daughter. Well, why is it medically necessary? We don't. And their problem is they try to compare it to another treatment that someone else has had for that same thing. Well, how do you do that when there's less than 200 people on planet Earth with her disease? If there's less than 200 people on planet Earth with my daughter's disease, then who the hell are you comparing it to? And that's the problem, is because they can't compare it to anyone else. They go, well, we need to know why it's medically necessary. Because the fucking doctor said it's medically necessary. That's goddamn why. The insurance companies are all about their bottom line. Money. Money, money, money. You know? I agree, Amy. Fuck the goddamn insurance companies. But bless people like you, Law Nerd, who fight for people who need those, you know? You still have to have the people that are willing to fight for others that need it, you know? Let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to. Well, that's the other thing. The doctors make money off certain things and certain prescriptions, and it's just like a whole shit show. The whole thing is a whole shit show, you know? A whole shit show. Now, I want to show you guys. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. They're trying to hack into everybody's stuff. You're fucking kidding me? Somebody else getting an alert for their Credit Karma. My friend just had the same thing happen to her. She happens to be one of Aiden's exes. Somebody took a credit card out in her name. I kid you not. This is how far some of these people are willing to go. Like, well, you'd be shit out of luck if you try to do that in my name. I have shit credit from my previous marriage, so good luck. You ain't getting shit. Talk to my ex-husband, see if you can get it from him. Sure as hell didn't give me anything. Drones? Wildo, they sent drones for you. Thank you, Amy. I try, you know, I try. I attempt to. But, you know, the sewer crew says I'm bad, right? I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm a horrible human being, they say. So funny because so many of you actually came and found me by hearing one of them talk shit. And you were like, meh, I need to check this out for myself. and you all have been with me ever since. So what does that tell you? Also, people who know me in real life, people like Leah or Julie, or like people who actually know me in real life that are in the chat and who always come in and watch with us, they can tell you, like, this is me in real life. Like, I'm like, unlike some of these people who give you a completely different persona, like on YouTube versus who or how they are in real life, like, this is me in real life as well as here. I give you guys the authentic me with all of my flaws intact, you know? I don't judge people. I don't care what you did a month ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. I don't care if you got a DUI when you were 22 or 32. I don't anybody could have gotten one of those. Let's be honest, okay? The legal limit is 2 beers. 2 beers is the legal limit, all right? Like, come on. This is ridiculous, right? Aiden's famous thing is to just shame people and judge them and spin a narrative of, oh, well, you did this or this. Like, I remember him coming after me for 2 GoFundMes that I had, one after we had our fire. So we had a fire and lost everything. I've told you guys the story a bunch of times. Like, when I asked the cop if there was anything salvageable, the way he couldn't even like physically answer me. Just the way he looked at me and shook his head. No, there was nothing salvageable. So we had one for that, and then we had one to see the doctors in Texas. He took those and then added GoFundMes with people that had the same name as me, but weren't me, from different states and different places, and went, oh, look, she has all these GoFundMes. She's a scammer. Anybody looking into that would have been able to see, like, those ones are not me. And the ones that I did make of me, I needed help with. Those are real needs that really happened and that I really needed help with. Like, it's not a scam when you're telling people what the need is and it's for that need. But he has no problem spinning the narrative that it is because he needs you to be bad, right? He doesn't want to tell people that he got outed for cheating on his wife and 3 other women because I didn't lie for him. He can't tell people that, right? So instead, he has to spin the narrative that I am bad. And for the first like 2 months, people kept asking what I did that was so bad. What did she do that was so bad? And all he kept saying was, it's something personal. Why don't you just tell them, Aiden? You got caught cheating on your wife and 3 other women. It's not my fault. That's your fault. It's nothing to do with me. And the funniest part is I wasn't his friend. I was an acquaintance covering the case in the same places that he was. We didn't talk about life. I didn't have a single conversation with him about my life. He didn't know a single thing about me. But he had no problem just making shit up and pulling it out of thin air. Any rumor that was told to him, he reported it as if it was a fact. And we see that happening still today. The man doesn't know how to do journalism. He knows how to do gossip. Gossip is not journalism. Let's make that clear. You know? Like, let's make that clear. Right? He's going to report the drones for witness intimidation. Oh, I love that. I love that. That's amazing. That's so awesome. I used to do that a lot, like try to get the community together to help other families. And last year, not this last year, but the year before that, I spent most of my Christmas Eve helping collect toys for a homeless shelter that didn't have things for their families, their kids, their residents. And so I spent most of my Christmas Eve. One of the staff members called me and asked me to come down and help. And I graciously accepted, of course, I'll come down and help. And spent my Christmas Eve doing that to help these other kids. Because people have to, you know what I mean? Like, and what was sad was the skepticism where people were like, a shelter doesn't have, toys for kids. That sounds like it's a scam. And it's like, cool, then why don't you go down there? Here's the phone number. Here's the address. Why don't you go down there and see for yourself? Right. And people were so willing to just call it not true without actually even bothering to call, bothering to go down there. And it's like, that's the thing that bothers me, is that works for anything. Misinformation. They could just say it's not true and then just keep spreading that without taking the 2 minutes to bother to go down there themselves or call. And what had happened was, it was a fairly new in the state of Massachusetts subcontractor for the Massachusetts family shelter system. So they kept hiring all these subcontractor companies from all over to come in and do each shelter, or they used hotels too as shelters. And some of them were brand spanking new. So they were not set up with any sort of like entity that could help them, right? They were supposed to themselves figure out a way to expend it in their like expenditure reports to do it. They didn't in time. It was too late. And so I think it was the day before Christmas Eve or Christmas Eve, we went on social media and was like, okay, this shelter needs help. There are this many kids from this age to this age, boys and girls, like they need help. And there was so much skepticism until it was the creator of that like town's page that offered to come down and bring things. And he did. And he took a picture and he's like, can I take a picture? I said, absolutely. He was like, because I just want to show people like it's real, it's happening, the need is here. And after he did that, it shut a lot of people up. But like, why just assume without taking the 2 minutes to confirm yourself? Imagine going, oh, I just think it's a scam, and not helping kids, homeless kids, because you didn't want to bother to take the 2-minute drive down there or call. Misinformation hurts real people, and that's just one instance of it. Literally, you know? I've heard that a lot, Amy. A lot of people come there and they're like, I was looking for a monster and I didn't find one. I didn't find the boogeyman under the bed. I did not find said boogeyman under the bed. Doesn't exist. He probably did report the drones. Maybe he also reported Aiden's missing shoe still, you know? No, they don't want to pay. They want to keep the profits for their shareholders, you know? He probably thinks it's JFK. JFK sent a drone to my house. No, he doesn't, because if people compare notes, they'll realize he's lying. That's the problem, you know? Yeah, the doctors, my daughter's doctors are really good with like, they will call and fight with the insurance company and be like, no, it is medically necessary. Like they will sit on the phone for like 2 hours fighting for a medication for my kid. Like it's sad that they have to do that. So I know that the nurses do, as well as the doctors, you know? Oh yeah, Super Bowl, whoop, whoop. I said that earlier. We're going to the Super Bowl. But of course not. Like, you know, so looks like they're trying to hack into a lot of people's stuff right now. Which is just sad. Because it's a bunch of random people. It's not like content creators and people who are doing bad things. It's like they're just doing it because Aiden was exposed. You know? Like that's really sad. What's this say? If I'm correct on who she is, definitely should be casting judgment on people's appearance. What? Let's see. I'm trying to see. Oh boy. Hold on. Go Hawks, right? I guess we're both in the Super Bowl. Well, that's the thing, you know? Yeah, going the real life shit, you know? Listen, I would love to do that, Amy, but there's a few reasons why I haven't. The number one reason is my daughter's care, because there's only 2 other doctors in the country, like that are in Texas, that deal with her disease. So that's one of the reasons why I haven't. The second reason would be cost. I would love to move to somewhere with warmer climate, Florida, for instance. But the cost to do that would be way out of my way out of what I could afford to do, you know, to be able to do all that. That's the cost is astronomical. And those are the 2 main reasons why I haven't. Because there are opportunities that we definitely could have in a different state that we don't have here for sure. the cost of living here is astronomical. Massachusetts is one of the most expensive states to live in, and it's not sustainable by any stretch of the damn imagination, you know? Hawks versus Pats. That's what we're doing, you know? But you have to remember, how many more fake accounts does he have, folks? Well, I will fill you in. A lot. A lot. There's 400 of you watching at the moment, which is light for a Monday, but we're snowed in. But so there is probably at least a dozen more fake accounts. Literally. I can hear the snowblower. The fact that they want anything to do with like going after Astro is really fucking stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. So there's a Spaces right now. I think, let's see, or there was. Let me see. J Boogie in a space. 5 listeners. Why is there only 5 listeners? Hold on. Let's see what J Boogs is talking about here. We're gonna listen in here, folks. Ready? Say what J Boogs. Maybe we'll say something too. Why is this not working? No. What the hell? I love J Bugs.
And all of that.
All right, let's see. Let's
all
request
that stuff down
to
there
speak.
because I know there's some crazy shit, you know, and the things that these
Let's see.
soldiers, when I guess we went into Iraq,
We popped in the middle of not knowing what they're talking
found-
about, but
Iraq is Babylon, you know.
let's see.
Iraq is old Babylon, and
Oh, is he?
found,
Cool.
like all kinds of.
I don't know
like,
why he thinks
crazy
Massachusetts
shit,
wants
man,
him. We
like,
don't want you, Will.
technological
We don't want you.
advancements, giants. Giants are a thing over there, man. Afghanistan, I guess giants is like giants over there is like a normal,
The
like
fuck?
they all know, you know, that the caves have giants in them. And there's a story, if you ever listen to
Let's see.
um,
Blood pizza. Yeah, there's a lot of them that are like
can't
him, and they are
remember
easy to
that
spot
name
because he
off the
talks
top
about
of my
himself a
head,
lot
whenever I need it,
in
never
third
just
person.
on top of my head. You know how it works.
You know,
L.A. Marzulli, and he talks about a story. See, told you. If I
God
just
damn
don't
it,
think
Bugs.
about it, just bam, right there, right.
Come
when I
on,
need
let
it.
me
L.A.
in.
Marzulli talks about this, and he's got like one of the guys that was on the patrol.
Come on.
The combat patrol that was in the hills of Afghanistan for the U.S. And they came across a cave.
Gonna see if if J Bugs sees that I'm here.
Giant, like 15 feet high type.
I
giant.
know
Now, that's
that
fucking
Astro did a
huge.
space last night. If
Comes
you
at
guys
him
didn't hear it,
and with a spear in his hand, and he's this big red-haired giant.
I don't know.
He's
I'm not
got
sure.
2 rows of teeth and 6 toes. That's what they found out later, I guess, when they airlifted it out on a couple Chinooks. But
damn it,
this 15-foot giant comes out. I guess
God
it smells
damn it,
like
J Bugs.
ass. You know, I guess if you're living in a cave, you're gonna smell like ass. But comes out and spears one of the patrol, one of the.
Yeah, I might have to pop into that
and,
one and see if we can listen
and
to
then
a
they
little
just
bit of
open
that
up
one.
on the guy.
Bugs
They
can't
open
see
up on
me.
this giant, you know.
So let's see if we can find it. It was on under Astro's thing, right? Because she started it. Oh, damn it. It's not going to show me right away here. or was, let's see, can I find it under yours, Amy? Did you speak on it? Oh, it might not, because let's see if I can do. Why doesn't it just pop up? I have to go look at her like at to do it, which is obnoxious. I hate that we have to type in the whole at of someone's thing. Like, no, I don't want to have to do all that. It's obnoxious. Let's see. Astro. Crap. Damn it, it's not showing up. Because she locked her thing down. Fuck. Who else was on it? I do love that graphic. That was a good one. It just popped up. Oh, yeah, here's Meredith saying, this is popping up on my feed. A few minutes ago, Aiden Kearney hacked into my Gmail account. I received a Google security alert that my Gmail account was accessed from a Mac computer in Holden, Mass. I'm currently home in South Boston and did not authorize this login. I immediately changed my password and reviews Google's security activity. The IP address in Holden 38 was the very same IP address received by Chris Kowal used by Aiden on his burner accounts last night. I'm in the process of changing all my passwords again and will be filing a report immediately. This is stalking. This is harassment. This is mental illness. Wowza. Wowza. So I also point out that his other ex-girlfriend recently just had to freeze her credit because somebody took a 10,000 limit credit card out in her name. So it's not, and now they're trying to hack into all the koalas, anybody like me who has koala in their name, all of our different things. Mine are all like 2-part authentication, thank God. And my backup emails on them are my other email. So good luck with that. But it's like, who goes to these lengths to try to go into their ex-girlfriend's, email? Like, that's weird. He's mad because his fake account got hacked. Okay, cool. Why don't you just say it was your account, Aiden? And also, it wasn't Meredith that hacked that account. I don't have the capability to hack an account. Meredith didn't do it, But let's be honest, that's what he's mad about. You know what I mean? That's what he's upset about. They do. That's what they do. But it's like, fuck that. I will never put my shit in protected. I don't care. And they say some wild shit about me. Wild shit. Actual wild. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, this is within the last hour. Meredith posted this in the last hour. Hey, Holly. Literally within the last hour. So, Freeze, the answer is he has been recorded to the cyber crimes unit at the FBI probably at least 4 dozen times. They don't do shit. And the local PD, they don't do shit. And I was told this by a few lawyers that I talked to, which is the unfortunate part is that they're just not well educated. The FBI has used the cyber stalking statutes probably a dozen times. They just don't use it, and they don't do shit. And so it's like, why do we have these laws on the books if our people who are supposed to enforce them refuse to enforce them? And that's the problem. Yeah, I don't blame you, law nerd. I don't blame you at all. It is insanity. But I think this is what he does, though. He tries to force someone's hand into having to go to the police or the court system. And then, when they do, he goes, they're trying to put me in jail. They're trying to take me away from my children. I'm going to do 90 years in jail. Wah, 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 wah. I need you to give me more money for my defense fund while I buy a house. Like, what the, for me, like, if I had made the amount of money that he had made on the Karen Read case, my ultimate dream, probably, if he made what I think he made, which, Meredith confirms it was millions, I would definitely have taken my ultimate dream of being able to turn empty schoolhouses here in Massachusetts buy them, turn them into apartments, and give them, I'm not kidding, give them to families where they only have to pay their utilities. Everyone should have a place to live and not have to worry about being able to afford rent in a state that's increasing their rents by 50%, 30 to 60% every year. The landlords are increasing. It's over. I pay over $2,000 for a 2-bedroom. Okay. Over $2,000 without utilities included. That's on top of every other expense I have. Okay. That is unacceptable. Those rents are astronomical. And yeah, X doesn't care about anything. You can report something and then their bot within 2 minutes comes back and goes, nothing to see here. No violation occurred. They don't actually have real people looking at it. It's just a bot. Hold on 1 second, guys. I heard a noise that sounded like ripping paper, so I went to go see like what they were doing, and it's the kids playing with the Nerf guns. Yeah, they are Nerf gunning each other in the house. I kid you not. It's so funny. But this is the level, right? This is the level of shit. And I would have taken some of that money, millions that I made, if I had made the kind of money he had made, and I could have helped so many people. I could have helped so many fucking people. And people are like, have had this conversation. Police, you can't even help yourself right now. You're talking about helping other people. I know that. But had I made that kind of money, I would have been able to help myself, right? I would have bought a car and put a down payment on a home. And then I could have still helped a lot of people, a lot of people. A lot of people. I don't think he's ever thought about helping a kitten, never mind a person, And it's like, wait a second, you made millions, but you asked people to pay over $300,000 for your defense fund that you keep racking up, and you keep bragging about going out and buying a house. Like, bro, that's not a good look. You don't start a defense fund unless you don't have the money. So if you have $300,000 that's sitting in your bank account, you, sir, should be paying for your own defense fund, not having other people pay for it. And what he does is he does it under the guise of, if I don't win my case, the freedom of speech is going to be under attack. Freedom of speech is not under attack. Nobody's freedom of speech is going to evaporate if Aiden loses his cases. Let's be clear here. He also keeps selling people this fantasy that his case is going to help Karen's civil case somehow, some way. His case has nothing to do with Karen's case. It is not going to help her civil case at all. As a matter of fact, what it could do is hurt her case, but it certainly has nothing to do with it and could not help her case in any way, shape, or form. It could only hurt it. And so he sells people this fantasy of, my case is going to help Karen Reed's case. If I don't win my case, then she won't get the help that she needs. It's another way to spin a narrative for people to feel bad, to send in those donos. Send them in. Send in the donos. It does shock me what people are willing to pay for these days, though. The fact that people are willing to send the donations to him that they are, knowing what they know at this point, is insane. I always say, go to a family shelter, go to a homeless shelter, donate your money there. You want to donate to creators? I'm all in. But donate to small creators. The smaller creators have when you're a larger creator, the algorithm pushes your stuff out. When you're a smaller creator like me, the algorithm doesn't pick it up. It's not making YouTube enough money for it to pick it up. So people have to find you by searching you or knowing that you exist, right? And that's hard. It's fucking hard. He bets on people not looking into things. He bets on the law enforcement, like you just said, not doing anything, right? And yeah, he has 2 New Jersey cases coming up. Donna's case is still very much happening. And those are, 2 new charges. That's why I'm like, I don't know why they haven't already revoked his bail. I would have already a long time ago, But yeah, he's been reported 1 million times over. To YouTube's legal department, to the FBI, to people's local, whoever he was attacking, local PDs, to the state police. They could have charged him with stalking. Our laws here in Massachusetts include digital. So our stalking laws include digital. You shouldn't have to hire an attorney to get the cops or the DA to do their job. Shouldn't have to do that. Too many cops, DAs, lawyers don't want their lives attacked by Aiden, so they don't do anything. I'm not kidding. I'm so serious. So when we sit here and talk about why he hasn't, well, that's part of the reason why he hasn't, is because these people are too afraid that, he's going to talk about their family or their children or, their spouse and their spouse's livelihood, that they just don't do anything. And it's like, well, if we can't depend on the people who are supposed to be protecting, people as a whole, the state as a whole, then who the fuck else do we depend on? If you can't find a lawyer who will sue him, because it's real hard to find one that wants to deal with him in any capacity, then how do you deal with the problem? How? And he bets on all of that happening. We need some of these lawyers and DAs and cops to grow a set of fucking balls. If I can grow a set of balls, you can grow a set of balls. Just saying. There's no reason that there should be people out here like me speaking up day after day after day, dealing with the repercussions of speaking the truth day after day after day. And then we have the people who are supposed to be doing it as a job that they chose as a career, and they're doing nothing. Like, what the fuck is going on? What is going on? I mean, he seems to be talking about me a lot. I mean, lately. Him and all his minions lately. All of the minions. And it's like, cool, you want to talk about me? Have at it. Y'all don't know a single thing about me. At this point, I don't even listen to it. Somebody told me this morning, someone said something. I'm like, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't care what they have to say. I don't give a shit. I know who I am. I don't need a fucking pat on the back. I don't need to debunk constant lies and bullshit. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Why is it that he's so afraid of the truth? Why is he so afraid of the truth? Why are you afraid of the truth, sir? Why? I mean, there's hundreds of you watching right now, and I have no doubt that some of them are hate watchers, right? Almost 500. I have no doubt that some of them are hate watchers, which is cool. When are you going to wake up? When are you going to wake up? And it is. New Jersey is taking it more seriously than Massachusetts, which is like so sad for the state of Massachusetts. And it makes us look like pussies, And that's exactly what he's banking on, Amy. 100%. You are 100% right. I also heard her say last night that she was suing him. I think she said, and Grant. And I'm like, well, I mean, the fuck? What? You can't just go around saying shit like it's true without being like, okay, that's my opinion, right? Like, you can't just say shit as if it is true because that's what you believe, but you have no evidence to that. That is not, come on, man. That's the other thing, right? Is like he's taking people's money and paying for the verified sock accounts so that his minions can go around and be like, it's a setup. It's not his account. It was too easy to prove it was him. Or Occam's razor, he's just that stupid and has done it 17 fucking times over 10 years and continues to do the same dumb shit over and over and over. I promise you with 1,000% certainty that account is him. It's not fake. It's not a setup. Nobody set him up to take the fall. Like, that is him. There's a reason why he's not talking about it. He's telling people privately he's not talking about it because he needs it to go away, because it is him. But that's just one of his sock accounts. Do you guys really understand the level of sock accounts that man has? He had an Excel spreadsheet. So we're talking dozens and dozens of fake accounts. He spends all day and all night almost, the man barely sleeps, on Twitter, on sock accounts, looking through people's stuff, writing shit down. Like, I'm not joking. Like, this is like his life. Every day, all day is the internet. Whoa, bro. You need to touch some grass. Get a cheeseburger. I don't know. Do something, Yeah, see, that's the problem. Massachusetts needs to start changing their fucking laws. North Carolina. She lives in North Carolina. But you're 100% right, Rockstar Journey. Welcome, by the way. There are two separate cases. Karen's case has nothing to do with his case. He's trying to tie his case to her case so more people will support him. That's what he's trying to do. His case has absolutely not a single thing to do with hers. His case is not going to help her in any way, shape, or form. Not even a little bit. let me see if I can find something real quick. While I am finding something, if you would like to donate to the channel, there's a multitude of ways you can do so. You can hit the like button. Those are free. Subscribe, also free. Sharing the video on any platform, also free and a super help. When the video is not live anymore, you can hit the hype button. That actually helps the algorithm pick up smaller creators. If enough people hype the video when it's not live anymore, you can do it 3 times a week, I think, from each account. So that's always a big help. Writing comments on my videos when they're not live anymore helps the algorithm pick them up. And if you'd like to donate through the monetary ways, there are a bunch of different ways that you can do that too. We appreciate any and all donations because that is literally how we make a living. Our channel has no big donors, no big backers. We don't have another content creator or creators that we bow down to. There's nobody telling us what we can talk about, what we can't talk about. And therefore, we rely solely on the kindness of our viewers to donate to be able to keep the channel running. So we very well appreciate any and all donations, even when we're not live anymore. If it comes in and someone's watching the restream, we read it on the next one. If you want to remain anonymous, you can just write that and remain anonymous. On Cash App, the way you remain anonymous is you put the little smiley face with the tongue that has the $sign, and we know that you want to remain anonymous. And also, I've locked down all of mine. So like Venmo, Cash App, people can't see my incoming and outgoing like Cash Apps or Venmos. They're locked, they're private. So no worries in that department either. And obviously they can't see your PayPal. So we have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Chime, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Revolut, if you don't have it, works for like dozens of countries that you can send and receive money between countries. It's the only app that I found that's kind of like Venmo or Cash App, but works between countries. So Australia, Japan, the UK, like I'm talking the Canada, all across the globe. You can send and receive money in different denominations, and then you can convert it right there on the app. And by the way, the exchange rates are really good. Right there on the app into your dollar. So say someone sent me so many euros right in the app. I can go to Revolut app and they sent it to me in euros and I can convert it into US dollars right there on the app. You get a Revolut cards, like a debit card, which is really cool. And we also have the link, which you can use any credit or debit card at all. It goes to my PayPal, but you do not need a PayPal to do it. You can enter any amount, you can put any note, and it works for a multitude of countries as well. And that's pinned in the chat at the top. And it's also in the description. It's funny because I still haven't named it, right? Like everyone has their own like link. Gaten has turtle chat. He calls it turtle chat. Couldn't come up with something better than that. But I haven't come up with a name for mine yet. Really, it's just the debit or credit link right now. But maybe you guys can help me figure out a good name for the debit or credit link to name it. I agree that she should probably. I don't think she'd be able to get an RO, but maybe a HPO. Melanie tries to sell a lot of stories, Kathy. Yeah, his sock accounts is work. You're right, Christy. It ain't work. You know what I mean? But you're right. She has tried to sell that story too. By the way, all the donation options are in the description of the video, and they're on this ticker. See this little thing that ticks by? Ooh, the purple line that ticks by. All the information is right there too. People often miss it, and they're like, "What ticker?" Yeah, it doesn't. Cash App and Venmo don't work for people in Canada, but that's why I have PayPal and then the debit and credit link and Revolut. All of those work for people in Canada or out of country. Thank God. So that's why. So originally people were saying to me like, oh, well, you know, Cash App, Venmo, those don't work for people out of country. And that's originally why I went and looked for the Revolut and the debit and credit link, because other people are like, well, I don't have the payment apps. Do you have another way to do like a regular debit or credit card? So that's when I found that I could do it through my PayPal and set up a debit or credit route for anyone. Because it's my business PayPal. So it allows me to make a link for any credit or debit card. And PayPal obviously does different countries, which is nice. Yeah. So when I first started using StreamYard, it was $20 a month. $20 a month when I first started using StreamYard. I think it was like $19.99. Within a year, they doubled over doubled the price to almost $50 a month. The fact that they increased it like 50%, more than 50%, was really a turnoff for me. but it's one of the only softwares that's super easy to use and like allows you to do like certain things very quickly, right? So I could like essentially get a different one, but the problem with that is I would have to learn that whole new software, and some of them don't have the same options. Like I can stream to 10 platforms right now on the basic plan that I have. OBS is so complicated. I've done OBS once or twice. I'm not a huge fan of OBS. It's very like more intricate than what I'm, I'm techie, but not that kind of techie. OBS has a lot of different like audio and editing, and yeah, it's $45 a month. It's crazy. And that's like just for StreamYard. Imagine like, so I still have to pay for different softwares to do the thumbnails, and it's a shit. So it's like most creators have costs that they have to pay for, you know what I mean, to run a show. And so, you have to try to make more than what you're spending to run the show. And as like a small channels, like we really struggle with being able to cover the costs and then even make something after that, Yeah, like just a name for the debit or credit link. Like we got to name it something. We need a good name for it. But they increased it over 50%. Like it was $20 a month. Okay, cool. Then they increased it to almost 50. Like a lot of people were pretty pissed off that they did that. Like you couldn't increase it to 25 or 30. You went full to all the way closer to 50. Like, come on, man. Like ridiculous. It was just, it clearly was a money grab because people were using StreamYard. But it allows you to have up to 10 people at once. It has all these different options of things that you're going to need as a creator. So like you could use a different software, but then you'd have to basically start over with like all the different things that you've used this software for thus far. And it's like, I would rather just stick with what I know works before trying to go to something like OBS, which is way more complicated. I've used OBS before and was not a fan of it, to be honest. But I do think that she could probably get an HPO. And an RO requires threats, like fighting words or like threats. And since we haven't had any of those yet, it would be an HPO and not an RO. Not a restraining order. It would be a harassment prevention order. But I do think that she should do that. The buy me a coffee one. Yeah, I totally forgot about buy me a coffee. I know that I set one up at some point a way long time ago, but I can't even remember the password to it. I have to look into that. I did sign up for like buy me a coffee a long time ago. Well, I agree with you. He's dangerous. And if like, I think that the way that the courts deem someone dangerous to have a dangerousness hearing is they hear the word dangerous and they automatically assume it means like that person's going to go stab or shoot someone. And in my opinion, that is not, the statute itself wasn't made for just people who were going to do that. It was that they were dangerous to society, whatever that means, in whatever context that means. He is a danger to society and others. He incites mobs of people. He's very much a danger to society and should be held on a dangerousness hearing. They tried that once and they didn't hold him, but that was a really long time ago. I feel like they could try again, advocate for me. It's a good one. It has to have a name that like people know it's also like a way to donate to the channel, Yeah, the stalking is threatening, but a restraining order requires true threats or fighting words. Has to have true threats or fighting words in them. And it doesn't rise to that level yet. That Aiden's very good at making sure that he doesn't threaten someone outright. That's why he uses dog whistles, right? And incites others to do his dirty work so that he could later claim, I didn't threaten their life. I didn't say I was going to hurt them. I can't control what other people do. And that's why he gets away with it, right? And that's how he's gotten away with it. That's a problem. That's a huge problem, Our laws need to catch up with this shit. We need to. It's unacceptable. Can't just be allowed to do this crap. Let me see. I'm trying to find something here for you guys. Twisted tips. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, yeah. Chris put a picture of him. This was Chris on Meredith's Live last night. And Bonnie with her raccoon icon. I love it. But he put it up and he said, my YouTube debut visually, and happy to share it with a couple of the girls, though I do need to work on my camera awareness. Deniers are going to deny, but the facts will always fact. I love it. Yeah, half of our koala crew was up on that panel. So someone else posted this. Tammy White said, can someone ask Auntie Deb why he lied to his, quote, class and said he couldn't choose the charity his money for animals went to? Seems to me like this, quote, animal gambled away $7,000 at Bally's. Wow. I don't know. So I didn't see any of these last night, but I'm support small creators. That's a good one too. I like that, Amy. So Meredith made another post. This was last night, but I didn't see it until now. So it'll look Ray from Dallas scraping together a whopping 100 viewers while ripping my stream because originality isn't really his thing. Kind of like his buddy, Home Beater Willie. Don't worry, Ray. Your time is coming. You're just not quite relevant enough for my radar yet. Interesting crowd in your chat, though. Funny. Hubbleman has been real quiet all week after being exposed for lying, making false accusations, sexualizing her child, and suddenly pops back up. I'd love if she watched all of her lies and pills being exposed. You're the company you keep. I guess Ray maybe cleared $20 tonight. Meanwhile, made over $400 all of it going to Karen. Maybe consider doing something productive or charitable with your time. This isn't even my job, and I still had 800 plus viewers. P.S. If you watch my stream and you still don't think Aiden is behind these burner accounts, there's honestly no hope for you or critical thinking in general. At that point, it's not disagreement, it's willful ignorance. So I can agree with her on this part here. Like, if you watch the stream and you still don't think Aiden is behind the burner accounts, like, I really don't know what to tell you. Looks like someone donated. It looks like maybe 100. I think the red one is over 100, I believe, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's over 20. I can't remember. But this is what I mean. Like, super chats coming in for Ray from Dallas. Like, is this real life? Like, is this real fucking life? I'm so confused. I don't quite get it. So this is the beginning. Oh crap, the basement bounce. I can't play that part. Screenshots hit the feed because then they give me the dumb, stupid strike. But this is the beginning of Meredith's stream last night with Chris.
Been following the chaos this past week. Here's kind of the short version of why we're back here.
You too, Jackie. We're okay. Snowed in, but we're okay.
Elite cyber team overseas. Evidence has surfaced that showed my ex-boyfriend, Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, was operating not one, but 2 burner accounts on Twitter, also known as X, impersonating me. Well, 2 that we know of, at least so far. You never know what else this cyber sleuth team is going to come up with. So these accounts didn't just target me. They went after others. They spread harassment. They tagged workplaces, and they attempted to cause real-world harm. All while Aiden himself was pretending to be drama-free. He was operating these accounts aimed to get me fired. One of the accounts also was documented communicating.
I agree.
With Lindsay Gaetan,
they didn't learn
AKA
from Jim
Voldemort,
Jones,
aka the fake victim, aka Aiden's new star witness, aka the woman who lied about domestic violence to put him in jail for 60 days, about
Twitter,
rape,
real life,
about being
right?
pregnant, about abortions. Yeah, let's go down.
Staying safe and warm.
In case anyone was confused. And
so I missed the
this
first
rumor at this point. What
I
we're
think
discussing tonight
45 minutes of this.
Data, account linkage.
So I missed the first like 40, maybe 40 minutes of the stream. I was in the middle of doing laundry. So I have no idea what is said in the first 40 minutes of this. So I'm just playing it for you guys. And it's the first time I'm hearing it until we get to the part where I hopped on to listen.
Login histories, archive posts, you name it. And to help break this down clearly and responsibly, I'm joined tonight by a couple of nice guests. Chris Koala, many of you know him on Twitter as Koala Juan, or I think he's back to Koala John, I don't know. And then also Babs, aka Barbarelli, who you also might know on Twitter. So let me add them to the stage now. You guys there? I think you're both muted. Can you hear me?
I'm off mute. Can you hear? Is that?
I don't know why this random thought just came to my mind, but I have to know if any of you are also, because I'm snowed in, I feel like I really want a bacon sausage pan pizza. Don't ask me why. That craving came out of nowhere, but I really feel like I want that. I should have bought a frozen. It's hard that you can't find bacon and sausage pizza. Like you can find, like meat lovers, but not just like bacon and sausage. But I don't know why. My brain was like, it's freezing out. All the snow. It's going to snow again. I really want a bacon and sausage pizza. Is anybody else craving something weird? Hot cocoa, steak and cheese egg rolls. I had those when we went out on Friday and they were delicious. Barrett's makes the best steak and cheese egg rolls. And the dipping sauce, it's like a chipotle ranch mayo. I don't know, but it's freaking delicious. All right. Delicious. Just throwing that out there. All right. Random thought over.
Sweet.
Awesome.
Girl, listen, if I could afford it at the moment, I would.
Oh, thanks. So do you, Chris. I know you can't see you, Babs, but your profile pictures.
I've had too many days off, Amy. I usually work 6 days a week. Saturday is the only day that I don't do streams. And in the last 2 weeks, because I've been dealing with the family crisis, I think it was like 9 total out of 14 that I didn't stream. So I can't. If I would. Yeah, I think there's 2 Domino's in my city. 2 of them, I believe.
Beautiful. And Chris, you look awesome.
Ooh, white chocolate
I've seen your
cocoa.
Facebook
I like
posts.
mint
You
cocoa.
post all of your
Mint cocoa.
your stolen Facebook photos, but I've never seen you on video before.
Well,
I don't know. I didn't look.
Like,
It was just a random thought in my head.
Because you can't access my Facebook. But
I didn't look.
Mrs. Koala's added some nice greenery.
My brain was just like,
background
I really want a hot
Nice.
bacon
So-
sausage
Nice.
pizza.
Looks good.
She
I know,
told me what it
everyone-
was, but I forgot already.
But I love mint hot cocoa.
Yeah.
Mint
Everybody's
hot
used to
cocoa.
hearing your voices on Spaces, but never face. So this is nice. We're bringing it over to YouTube. First time. Hopefully not.
This is
the
the
last.
koala.
So
The koala
I gave a
motherfucker.
brief intro of what we're going to be talking about tonight, but I guess I wanted to ask you both kind of how you both got involved in this and uncovering what happened this week. Chris, I know you were a big part of uncovering this, and can you speak briefly, just for those who aren't on Twitter, who haven't been following this, what kind of made you look into these accounts and how it all came together before we go into
That's
the detailed
nice
evidence?
of you, Amy. I don't know how much it is. I didn't look.
Yeah,
it was just
so
it was a random thought in my head that I was like,
The
"Oh, I'm
spate of the
craving like a hot
5150
pizza."
accounts weren't just targeting you; they were actually like targeting my kids as well. So essentially,
I like that though. Support small creators. I like that.
External source.
My
to
leg is itchy.
help,
Ooh, English muffin
yeah, to
pizzas.
help
I don't have English muffins, but
just
or
get
pepperoni
information on
or
the account.
or bacon. But that's a good idea. I used to love
Whether
to do that when I was younger.
Linkage to email addresses, phone numbers, stuff like that.
I used
see
to
if we
love
can match
making
them up to
those.
who it was.
Me and the kids.
Yeah, and we'll go over all that in detail. We've been presenting the receipts on Twitter.
Everybody
week,
could
but I
make their
think
own
for a lot of
kind, you
people
know?
Who aren't on Twitter, this will be a good opportunity to bring it up on the screen and go through everything one by one and put it all together like that. But
I think that's what
Babs,
we're
I
gonna
don't know
have
if
to
you wanna
call
just
it.
quickly
The
introduce
link.
yourself, how you kind of got
Support small
involved in the
creators.
Karen Reed scene. That I don't even want to associate this with Karen Reed because Karen Reed exists without Aiden, who is kind of what we're discussing tonight in his online terrorism. And I wouldn't even consider him part of the Karen Reed community at this point. All he does is drag her down. And
No, not English muffins on pizza. You make pizza out of English muffins. So you put the English muffin, then you put the sauce, then you put the toppings and the cheese, and you put it in the oven, and it makes mini English muffin pizzas. Delicious. I will go to my corner now. Put your head down, go in the corner. I just paused because I totally forgot to read my shirt to you guys today, because you guys know I'm a big fan of shirts that say funny shit on them, especially when it comes to like how I am as a person and it like coinciding with that. So today's shirt says, I'm going to let karma fix it. And then the bottom says, because if I fix it, I'm going to jail. That's what it says. I'm going to let karma fix it, because if I fix it, I'm going to jail. Oh, I can't. Zelle, you can only do Zelle if your bank does Zelle. Now it's not like an app anymore. They shut their app down more than a year ago. So you can only make a Zelle account if you have, if your bank does Zelle, and my bank doesn't do Zelle. So I can't. I tried a long time ago. And because my bank doesn't do it, I can't, unfortunately. But that's why we made the link for debit or credit cards, because anybody could use any debit or credit card at all on that link. Because I can't do Zelle. I wish my bank took it, but they don't. Oh, I have to answer this question. Hold on. They're asking me, people want to know who Crazy Christy is. She needs mental health help. Anybody else want to answer that question in chat? I don't. Sometimes some people are so out of touch with reality. They think they're in the Born Identity. And they're going to uncover some vast conspiracy that doesn't exist. It's sad. Sorry, guys. I just want to answer this real quick. But I wish I could do Zelle. Because my bank doesn't do Zelle, I can't. But I have every other option on Planner. But that's why we did the link. That's why we came up with the link that was it's secure. It goes to my PayPal, but you don't have to have a PayPal to do it. Just any credit or debit card, because some people were saying they didn't have the payment apps, and they were like, "Is there another way to do it without like the payment apps? Since we don't have the payment apps." And so that was my. She's actually Grant's cousin. Funny enough, they are actually cousins, and the answer to that question is yes. Drawing lines where they don't exist. Assuming these wild conspiracy theories that have no truth to them whatsoever. It's wild. It's absolutely fucking wild. Out of context, cropped screenshots that mean nothing because they're not in their full context. Moving her part out of it, just like Aiden does. Like, they think they're in the Born Identity. They're going to uncover some giant, vast conspiracy that does not fucking exist.
Stuff like this. We'll see. He goes after her on these accounts too. He's not. I don't consider him part of the movement, so I don't even want to say that. But I guess, how did you get involved in this mess? I guess is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, no, you did it perfectly, actually, because that's what he feeds to everybody, so it's easy to associate it there. But I came in from a different direction than him and had to learn about him along with everybody else. But just fast forward to, I believe it was around October of 2024. I finally realized exactly how toxic and full of it that he is. I realized then he was not somebody to be trusted. So I began to look at him a little more suspiciously and started to look at the people he said not to look at. And from there, everything just sort of devolved. But I kept my mouth shut out of fear of being attacked by the online squad, I guess. But then the line was crossed when the recording of Karen came out, when Chris went on that first Spaces and everything really blew up. And next thing you know, I'm really mad about it. Like, I've always hated a bully, but he just takes everything to the next level. Terrorist, I call him the tiny terrorist. I think that's a perfect descriptor for him.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make one point because I saw that there's a super chat. So I basically, a week or so after I made this YouTube channel, I got an email that it was eligible for monetization. And I was honestly surprised because I don't really know anything about monetization. And all I knew was I heard Jess Machado whining about how hard hard she worked and how long it took her to get monetized. So I honestly just kind of thought it was funny that like it's hard. I get this email and it's monetized. So I turned it on.
I think your first stream had more than hers.
Yeah. So I turned it on, and the last time I
We call him the sewer turtle.
like the ad revenue from people watching it, it said it was like earning like $35 or something, but I think you have to make more to
she
Anyways,
is.
Long story short,
They're very
Any-
much alike.
Any money like that this ever makes is going to go straight to Karen, Karen's funds, and I'll be transparent about it. Maybe it's once a month or whatever. Whenever I don't even know. I didn't fill out any tax or bank account information to even get
It's
any.
once a
money. Who
month. You
knows
got to
if
hit
it'll even
$100 to cash
make,
out.
somebody said there's like a threshold. It has to be at least $100.
Has to be $100 on YouTube to cash out. So you have to make at least $100 in that month after YouTube takes their cut, and they pay out one time a month and they pay it the next month. So for instance, say she made whatever she made last night on the 25th. She has until the 31st of January. And then whatever she made in those days, she will get on the 21st or 22nd of February. So from the 1st of February to the 28th of February, she'll make whatever she'll make, and she won't get any of that money until March 21st or 22nd. So YouTube only pays out one time a month, one singular time a month. And you have to have at least $100 for them to pay it out after they take their cut of your memberships. So anytime someone buys a membership, they take a cut. Anytime someone sends a super chat or a super sticker or a super thanks, they take a cut. So after that cut, you have to hit the minimum $100 threshold for them to pay out, or you'd have to wait until the next month to hit that threshold to pay out. That's the way that it works.
Dollars or something before you can even get paid. I don't know. I'll ask somebody who knows what they're doing with YouTube and monetization. But
Yeah, he's been saying that for 3 years.
Bother with like super
Him
chats,
and
but
Barry.
If you do, any money that's raised from this channel is just going to go into Karen's fund. So I don't want people to be going crazy. Oh my God, she's doing this and getting super chats. Like, no, I'm not going to be pocketing this money. I just thought it was funny that I was so easily
they're
able
related.
to get monetized, and I thought, why not? Any proceeds can just go to Karen's fund. So
it does, right?
It's amazing what happens when you're not here to bully people and do just wild, irrelevant shit, right? Sorry, I gotta watch my language.
Okay.
And thank you, EL444KR, for that. And he says, okay, LOL, I'm surprised to see Chris. Chris is really his pick, and well done, Mrs. Koala.
This is Koala.
Yeah, what
I'm
people just
punching that
imagine you look like
department, don't
an
worry.
actual koala.
No, I think well, it's the first full face, because everyone used to give me. At that point it become trolling them. I just did like a half face pic. But yeah, no, thanks. But yeah, I'm the one punching in the Mr. and Mrs. Koala department.
Wait, are you the Mrs. Koala account too? No.
No, the real Mrs. Koala's a.
Oh, the real
real
Mrs.
Mrs.
Koala. Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one who brought the plant in.
Yeah, there's a few going around. Like that's how
Is
you
she
know.
on Twitter? Is she on Twitter? Your girlfriend or?
Yeah, she's the real Mrs. Koala account.
Oh, she is?
Yeah. Or
That's
is she?
awesome.
No, she is.
Here's-
She really is.
She's not.
No, she is.
She is? She isn't.
People, yeah, no, she is. People will just like look for any reason. They're like, oh, just more burners, more this, but no, that's really her. You can tell by the tweets because hers are smart and mine aren't. So.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if she like followed all this or if you were dating somebody who just had no idea about all this nonsense. But I mean, it's taking up so much time probably at this point. I feel like they've got to know.
Oh, she'd agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and she does something. She works with like domestic violence victims, right? Because you've given me some insights in the past about you've analyzed some of the texts between me and Aiden, and I don't know, there's little things you've said and you said came from her that were really insightful looking at the dynamic of our relationship.
Yeah, she's like always my soundboard because she's very, very well educated in that space. So if I'm not sure of something, I'll always ask her. So I'm not saying the wrong thing or giving out the wrong information, but she's on there now, so she'll more than likely give her own opinions on stuff.
Oh, awesome. We got to give her a wrench if she's watching in the chat.
Oh God, give her a moderator's wrench. She'll love it. She'll be.
Oh, definitely.
She's listening now. She's watching now. So.
Oh, good. If she comments in the chat, I'll do it. I don't know if I have anybody. Oh, I don't know how to do it. Actually, the only option I'm given is delete comment, put user. I don't want to do anything and I've accidentally ban her. I don't know if any of the current wrenches can give her. I don't know. I'll worry about it after. But yeah, so let's go back to why we're here. I figured first we can just go over some of the evidence that we used to establish that Aiden is behind these accounts. We can go over just some of the IP address stuff, the billing, the overwhelming evidence that he is behind these accounts. So let me just share my screen. And I know the big focus is the account that has been taken over, but I figured because the other account came first in December, I'll just quickly show that one just to get it out of the way before we get into the one that has been taken over. So let me share my screen.
I think you went mute, Meredith.
Am I mute?
No,
Now you're back.
I can hear.
Okay. All right. So we'll start off with the first burner account he made of me, this one called 5150 Meredith, which for anyone isn't familiar, 5150, I guess, I think in California is a law enforcement code for when you're going to section someone for mental health and put them on an involuntary hold. And that is the beautiful, lovely, dehumanizing nickname that Aiden and Jess Machado have given me. And I think after tonight, and despite everything else they've done too, you'll see that they're the ones who are in need of a 5150, especially Aiden's behavior. What you'll see with what he's been doing and who he's been doing it with in these burner accounts, it'll be pretty clear who is the one in need of a 5150. So
They just come up with these
December,
nicknames to
Aiden made
dehumanize
this account,
people.
Meredith 5150. It was suspended on January 15th,
It has nothing to do with what they actually do.
after
That's the thing.
reported it. And we have this proof that came up.
Yeah, the guy with the
today,
voice changer without a voice changer,
just
right?
in, which I will show the screen, that shows how Aiden is behind this account.
I told Chris he has a fan club. I said, Chris, you have a fan club, sir. Okay. Not like the Koala Girls fan club that we're in, but an actual fan club. Like, people love Chris. And it's not a surprise to me. He's smart, right? He knows what he's talking about. He doesn't just say shit to say shit. I've noticed that a lot of people who started noticing the shit that Aiden does early on, and even people who are figuring it out now, once they figure it out, you start to see like where their critical thinking was like suppressed almost from the brainwashing, and how it's like slowly but surely popping out after they realize what's actually going on. And I kid you not when I say there's like a time that it takes them to like decompress, like come out of it, like weeks, sometimes days, weeks, months, you know. He's powerful. I love when he posts the gym pics with like half of his face. He was just saying this. It's literally to troll them. You know what I mean? And it's just funny.
This is the one of two accounts. So the cyber sleuth team sent this over where they go and log in 5150 Meredith. From here, they confirm the email associated with the account is 5150meredith@gmail.com. Right there. They just typed it in. Then they went to go into that Gmail, 5150meredith@gmail.com. And let's see what email is associated with this. This is actually really hard to see. But if you zoom in and you count
You can see the TUR.
the number of characters exactly, it's turtleboysports@gmail.com. But
So
I guess
Turtle
some
Boy.
people could argue maybe it's not exactly Turtle Boy Sports. It is. Let's see.
It
what
clearly
happens when we
is.
try another way. Phone number ending in 09. And I can tell you right now, looking at my phone, there's a 413 number, one of Aiden's 3 phone numbers that matches it. And look what I gave it to them, and look what happens when they type it in.
I agree, they do, Kathy, but that is going to depend on
We've blurred
Cosgrove
out the female
filing
number, so we don't get reported
motion
for doxing, but you'll see
to
413.
revoke his bail.
And then the next 3 numbers.
If he doesn't, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, I really don't know what they've been doing to begin with, but
And there you have it.
You know.
So yeah, absolute dead to rights proof that Aiden was operating an account called 5150 Meredith.
I think that account would have been a really interesting one if the back end was able to be looked at on that.
I know.
That was a pretty vile account. That one.
I see a $15 donation that just hit the Chime, my Chime account, and it says for sausage and bacon pizza. I appreciate you. It was such a random thought. I was just like, ooh, I would love But you ever get weird cravings like that? Like for mint hot cocoa. Like, oh, right now would be such a good time for mint hot cocoa. I mean, I don't consider like a coffee in the morning because that's like an everyday craving. But when you get like a random one, like for Chinese food, that's gonna be a random one where you're like, oh, I really want beef teriyaki right now. Or like broccoli and beef. Like I really like a random, you know, one of those random cravings, right? So thank you for your $15 donation for my sausage and bacon pizza. I appreciate you. I'm not going to read your government name because yeah, we're not doing that. And I don't do that because then it leaves it open for people to be attacked. I read people's screen names, but not their like real ones, you know? See, that's what I'm saying. Random, all of a sudden you're like, ooh, random, ooh, Chinese food. And then like, hi Corner Club. Oh yeah, definitely not taking any of it seriously. I don't think he knows how.
So was the one that was really going hard at me.
Right.
And like my kids.
I
and
just
stuff
got
like
dry
that as
hot
well.
chocolate
So
mix.
the back end
Swiss
of that one
Miss.
would've been really good. But
I put it in my coffee too.
And later tonight for both of these accounts, we're going to go through all of the tweets. Even though it's suspended.
I make a big thing of it. I use like a empty 2-liter soda bottle, and I'll make a big thing of it and put it in the fridge and then add it to iced coffee. Because this coffee that I get from Mary Lou's, I have the pods for it for my Keurig. But Keurig makes hot coffee, right? So you got to add ice or you're going to make it cold. So they use Swiss Miss they use a concentrate though. So it tastes a little different, but they use a Swiss Miss concentrate as their mocha. So I make a 2-liter of it and put it in the fridge so it's cold so that when I do make an iced coffee at home, it doesn't taste the same because they use a concentrate and because they're using their fresh coffee and I get the pods, but whatever, it's close, you know? But I keep that 2-liter of it in the fridge cold so that I can use it for iced coffee. When I do have hot coffee, I do put some of it in my hot coffee too. It's rare. I have hot coffee once in a while. I'm not a hot coffee person. I'm an iced coffee person, but I keep a Swiss Miss concentrate. Like I usually use the one with the lid, you know, the like can with the lid on it. But yes, girl, me too. I love it in some coffee. So good. Ooh, we got 2 lactose intolerant people in my household. So I totally get you. I'm not lactose intolerant, but ever since I had my youngest who is, I've been like sensitive to more dairy for whatever reason. Ooh, witch's brew. That sounds good. That sounds good.
We were able to recover a lot of the tweets that.
Oh yeah, he's always hacked or set up.
I mean,
everything is a setup.
But on archive.org, which I'll explain a little bit.
Turtle Boy can't be responsible for anything that he actually does. Everything is a setup. Everybody is out to get him. And the funny part is here he is in real life actually setting people up. Here he is in real life actually going after people and setting other people up for the shit that he's done. While he claims that everyone else is setting him up and everything else is a setup and it's corruption and it's conspiracy. When in reality, the only person doing corruption and conspiracy is him. He is corruption. He is conspiracy. He is the King Ratchet, literally. The King Ratchet.
How that works later. Basically, it's a site that's able to recover
that sounds good.
Or tweets of a suspended account. So we'll go over those later, just some of the worst ones and who exactly was targeted by that account besides me.
With his email.
Pretty interesting, but yeah. So that's one account.
If he didn't, it would have went to his Turtle Boy Sports email, which is a well-known email of his that he's used a really long time. He's used it for many stock accounts, but that email, right? He would have gotten an email that this account is made. So magically, all of a sudden, he doesn't know. He would have said right away, someone hacked it and someone made the account months ago. Yet he said nothing. That tells everybody everything they need to know, you know? No, they have not. I can tell you for 1,000% fact, they have not. Karen wants nothing to do with Aiden. So like, while he keeps hinting to his audience that like, maybe he's talked to her or maybe they've made up, that is false. That is 1,000% false. He needs people to think that so that people will donate to him. He needs people to think that so more people will subscribe to him. He needs people to think that they're on the same side because it benefits him and him only. They do not talk. She wants absolutely nothing to do with him at all. And I find it funny that he's been trying to like hint towards like, oh, maybe I talked to her. Maybe we're not on bad terms. Like, yeah, you are. Stop lying, bro. Why do you keep lying? And then people fucking believe it. That's the part that gets me. Hook, line, and sinker. Like, guys, no. Okay? No. Like, no. Well, that's the thing, right? A lot of the original stuff is true. That's the thing. So like Meredith talked last night about, said something like Lindsay spoofed Aiden's phone number and called herself. That's not true. What happened was somebody did spoof Aiden's number and call Lindsay. That happened, or text Lindsay, whatever it was, a call or I can't remember. But that did happen in his number. She immediately didn't think it was him and that somebody had spoofed it. I remember all of this happening, right? So she didn't spoof it to herself. She didn't even think it was him because it was so blatantly his number. She was like, no, this has to be a spoof. And I remember having a 3-way conversation, me, her, and Julie, all about this. So, I mean, I'll correct that part because that's just simply not true. She didn't spoof it herself and send it to herself. I mean, I know her and Meredith are like at each other's throats, but like the truth is the truth. And she didn't spoof Aiden's number to herself. That didn't happen. Someone did spoof it. And she immediately was like, this can't be him. Like it had to have been spoofed. Right. So that's what happened. So, I mean, whether, one of Aiden's minions did it to try to get him in trouble, whether someone else on the anti-side did it, I don't know. We don't know to this day who did it, but we did know that right away it probably wasn't him because it was so blatantly his number, right? And there was an order at that time. So, I mean, I can't sit here and like co-sign anything that just simply isn't true, right? Even though, Lindsay loves to throw shade at me for no reason whatsoever at all. And it's like, I'm not going to correct bold-faced lies and ridiculous like assertions because she believes in some conspiracy theory where everybody's out to get her. Like that's just simply not true, dude. I'm not like, we were friends for a really long time. I'm not just magically going to start bashing somebody I was friends with or releasing information about them that I was friends with. But what I'm also not going to do is I'm also not going to allow someone to sit there and just talk shit and say things that aren't true or spin new narratives about me. And if I need to fight back to do that, then so fucking be it. I am not someone that likes to just sit here and talk about other people and hurt other people. The truth is the truth. And it's simply that. I think she got a little upset when I talked about if you change your, grand jury testimony and say something different later on, then you could be charged with perjury. But that's the truth. If you change your testimony from what you said to the grand jury to something now, for instance, if they ask, like, if the cops pressured you or if they, whatever, and you say no in your grand jury testimony, and then later on you say, well, it was all a big setup and they were all set me up and the cops forced me to do this, this, and this. Like, that's changing your testimony. That's perjury, dude. You don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not smart, right? Like, I don't know why anybody would get mad about me stating the truth. I mean, that's the truth. Don't do it, dude. It's not smart. Don't fucking do it. Also, let's just make something clear here. Any quote deal that Aiden makes with anyone is not a deal. It's essentially blackmail. It's you do this or I'm going to do that. That's blackmail. It's not a fucking deal. What he wants is for Lindsay to say whatever's going to help him. In exchange, he drops or settles the civil case. That's just not a good look on its face. I fully believe she would have won that civil case if she continued on with it. Because he's a liar and a shitty human being. And a lot of the shit that he lied about is already being revealed. So I fully believe she could have won it no matter what. You can't sue someone for their opinion. You can't sue someone for something that has been said about them already 72 times on the internet just because you said it, Oh, he's been trying to get his foot in the door. Been trying with anyone he can to try to get on that podcast or have them talk about him in any way. Like, that's what he wants because he sees dollar signs and he sees, opportunity, but he burns down anything he touches. It turns to shit in a handbasket. And so he needs his audience to believe that he's in on some of that inside information or he's in on doing something with them so that they keep watching him, so they keep donating, so they keep believing him. And he is trying awfully fucking hard to make it look like that. Awfully hard. Anybody with a brain cell would know that it's just not true. Right? Well, that's the thing. I think you got to take like your personal feelings out of it and look at it from the perspective of like, if people had listened, you have to remember, Aiden's MO is to smear any ex-girlfriend and call them all crazy and say they're all liars. And so like, think back on all the things that Lindsay said that Aiden did. Now think back on all the things that Meredith is saying that he did. They both coincide perfectly. Then ask Leah about the things he did to her, right? You can't just say that she lied about everything, and that's just simply not true, right? I was there when she went through hell and back when it came to Aiden and him using his minions to attack and harass her, right? Like that happened. That's real. That happened. And to just say it didn't happen now, I mean, that's just not true. It's simply not true. There's a lot of shit that he did that I feel like she had just waited a little longer. Eventually, when Meredith and him broke up, the beans got spilled, and it would have given a lot of people validation. Like, these are the things that we've been warning people about for an awful long time when it comes to him. And boom, here it is. Finally, right? With receipts. And so it's like, I wish she would have just held on a little longer. And I know it's a lot to deal with, but like, eventually a liar like that, the beans are going to get spilled, and you're going to have validation and vindication of all of the things that he claimed he didn't do, like making fake Pornhub accounts and fake accounts saying that the women made them of themselves, when in reality, he made them. It's the same thing he did to Leah, and he got caught when the police took his phones. He made that account of Leah and then told his audience that she made it of herself. Who would make an account of themselves to disparage themselves just to set him up? That was his claim. So he did the same thing when it came to Lindsay, right? And I'm assuming he's made many fake accounts of Meredith. So like, this is on par, on standard for the things that he does. And I think if she just waited a little longer, like, she would have been vindicated in it. She would have been shown that she was saying the things that he was doing and just nobody was listening, Well, that's the other part of it, is it's going to have to be forced out that, like, you guys agreed to something with the civil case, and that's not going to make it look good. You know what I mean? Girl, listen, there is so much snow. I feel like I could have snow in my bum crack if I was outside. It was up to my, knees almost, I know, girl, listen, I was like, no, please, no more snow. School already got canceled for tomorrow. I literally got a text message in the last 5 minutes that said, hey, school was canceled tomorrow already. Like, what the hell? But you're right. They're going to have to cross-examine. And if they ask about the civil case, if you made any deals, that's a quid pro quo. Those are not legal. That could get you in a lot of trouble. You never want to do that shit, dude. Like, it just doesn't look good. Right. And I understand wanting to get rid of that case. Like, I mean, that's a lot to be hanging over your head for something you really didn't do just to shut you up. Right. But I don't think making a deal with the devil was the right way to do it. I just don't. I mean, cease and desists, honestly, are really just a letter from the lawyer that says, listen, you're going to stop doing X, Y, and Z against this law, and this law, or we're going to go forward with it. Most people wipe their asses with a cease and desist. So, I mean, they could, but it really doesn't mean much until you actually sue. So that's why most people don't take them seriously, because a lot of the times lawyers have overused cease and desists and sent them and then not intended on doing anything after that. It was just to scare someone. And Aiden's gotten probably quite a few cease and desists in his lifetime. So that's the thing, right? Like, that's how it was for me. It was like, you know what? You want to play this fucking game, Aiden? Cool. Then it's war. War it is. And in the meantime, all of the people that you fucking hurt, I'm going to help, because nobody deserves to deal with what I have. No one. I don't care who it is. And the level of harassment, the level of his minions just believing anything and everything he says and making up every excuse on planet Earth about why he was set up for the 100th time, or why it's some giant conspiracy against him because everyone hates Turtle Boy. That's his narrative. Oh, it's just because I hate Turtle Boy. No, it's because you're a horrible human being. You hurt innocent people to hide your own bad behavior. You accuse people of things they didn't do simply to cover up your own shit. That's unacceptable. It's not okay. Not fucking okay. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Then he has people like Melanie Little that jump on that bandwagon. What really bothers me about that the most is when you have people like, Will and Melanie Little, that are willing to disparage people that you don't want to at first, he can feign ignorance later on. So what he does is he uses that sort of like pull he has over Melanie Little because, well, without him, she wouldn't have gained 50 to 60% of her subscribers, right? So she knows that she needs to stay in line with what Turtle Boy wants and needs and support him in every turn, because if she doesn't, that 50 or 60% of subscribers and money that she's getting will go away. It'll disappear. They will turn on her just as fast as they came in. And she knows that. So what does Melanie do? Follows every little dog whistle that Aiden gives. Every time he says, I need you to talk about this person, or I need you to say this, or I need you to do that, she does it like a good little doggy. He might not want to talk about someone right away publicly, so he makes people like Melanie do it. People like Will, people like Auntie Deb, people like the Brokeback Baker, to go after people like Nan or LTL or Mike. Endless dog whistles, nonsense narratives, things that are simply not true. Like, look at the dog whistle they blew for JFK. Out of one side of Aiden's mouth, he'll say he loves these people. He loves JFK. He loves Nan. He loves. And then 5 minutes later, as soon as they do something that makes him jealous, they could have not done anything wrong. They simply could have made a video or a tweet that said something that he just didn't like. Or it got more views than his did, got more likes or more comments than his did. And because he is such a petty, malignant narcissist, he loses his ever-loving mind. And he starts sending messages to people like Melanie Little and Will and the Brokeback Baker. This person needs to be taken down. This person we need to disparage. This person we need to talk shit about. This person. And what do? They fall right in line. They fall right in line. They do exactly what he wants them to do. Melanie Little has a lot to say about a lot of people, including a lot to say about Nan. Well, why don't you say it to her, Melanie? I mean, you're so brave and all, Cupcake. I think your cupcakes are giving people food poisoning. Okay, darling? Just saying. Like, here's the thing. You can't sit there and pretend that you're drama-free and scream at your chat, because she screams at her chat constantly, screaming at your chat about the things that they say, saying you don't like words like the C word, but like absolutely praise Aiden after he uses the C word and tells people to die in a hole 72 times, right? Like, let's be real here. If it wasn't for people like Nan, where would people like Jessica Machado be? Right? Where? Without someone like Nan's support, where would any of these people be? A lot of these people could have done a lot of good with some of that money, right? They could have, made their lives or their children's lives better. They could have helped other people. They didn't. They didn't, which is just sad, And for the people that can give bigger amounts, it definitely helps fill in the gap and the pressure of feeling like you're going to burst. Like feeling like financially you're not doing it. You're not making it. You're not, it takes one good show for the week to feel like you have, like you can breathe for that week at least. Right. And they just can't seem to appreciate when people go out of their way to allow them to breathe. Right. They didn't ask for anything in return. All they asked for was to be treated with basic human decency and kindness. And they didn't have to do anything wrong. Mike didn't have to do anything wrong. LTL didn't have to do anything wrong. Nan didn't have to do anything wrong. And any of the other people on the other side didn't have to do anything wrong. I didn't have to do anything wrong. Like, no one had to do anything wrong. All you simply had to do was Aiden find something as a perceived slight. Or for instance, in Nan's case, if she donated to Mike or JFK, then he saw that as a slight. Like, oh, well, that money should go to him and only him. Like, that's how controlling he is. It's not like, oh, well, it can be shared between multiple creators. It's only him. Him and only him. That's a problem. It's a huge, huge problem. And so he goes down this line of disparaging people who support him. I mean, look at some of the donors in the past that have supported his channel in bigger amounts that he has called crazy. And there was one guy who used to always donate to him, but he would always like put his website, and eventually, you know, Aiden would deal with it until he got sick of it at one point and was like, I'm not fucking reading this anymore, blah, blah, blah. I mean, the fact alone that he puts like a $5 minimum, like it's a $5 minimum and we're not reading it. Like, what if somebody doesn't have $5? What if they have $3 and that's what they want to give you to show their support because they want to give you something, right? They may not have a lot, but they want to give you something. That's not good enough for him. And that just goes to show you how ungrateful people like him are. Like, I'm going to tell you, the first large month that I do, you know, say for instance, I do some $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 or $5,000 month. I'm not going to go out and buy a laptop. I'm not going to go out and buy new equipment. My equipment works fine. I'm not going to go out and buy fancy dresses. What I would buy is a used vehicle to get my family around. That's one of the things I would buy. But if I had a broken dishwasher and a broken dryer, I wouldn't be buying new equipment when I have equipment. I'd be fixing the dishwasher or the dryer. You know, like that's what I would be doing. Like, it's priorities. And you can see the priorities in some of these people. It's selfish. It's all about them. Selfish, selfish, selfish. Law said he was throwing a shit of shade at Jabril this morning. For what? For no reason. For no good reason, at least. Just because he can. And he depends on his dumb minions to just believe every single word that comes out of his mouth, even if he contradicts it in the next sentence. Literally. It's just sad. I would not be hitting the casino and wasting money. I haven't been to the casino in years. Drinks are free at the casino, but nothing else is. And it's very expensive. Even like to eat or a pack of cigarettes is 3 times. So for instance, I remember 10 years ago going to the casino, and this is back when I smoked. So cigarettes were about $10 a pack back then. They were $24 for 1 pack of cigarettes at the casino. I'm not kidding. In Connecticut. That's fucking crazy to me. That's bonkers. You know? Well, that's the thing. Like, why though? Why have a minimum? Why does the minimum matter? Why is $1 or 99 cents? Like, why is that not good enough? If that's what someone has to give. Like, I'm the working poor. I usually do at least 5 with my Google Play points that I'll save up. And then I'll go to creators that are either speaking out or smaller ones, and I will send them a super chat using my Google Play points that I convert over into Google Play money, and you can send a super chat. So I'll do that because I want to support in whatever way I can. And I might not be able to support in big, large numbers, but I do what I can to help say, I appreciate you. And I know what it's like to struggle as a smaller creator, trying to make sure that like you're covering costs and life, you know? So like the fact that they went to the casino like that was crazy to me. That was crazy. If my husband ever got packages from people like Jess's did, I'd be like, you know, once in a while it would be, I think, okay if somebody was like, oh, well, we know that your husband likes cooking or barbecue or like whatever specific thing a husband would like, you know what I mean? And they sent him something that was like specified to that they thought he would like somebody doing that once in a blue moon. Okay, I could see that. But like basically angling for your husband and yourself to get constant packages, sharing your personal address with the entire internet and your phone, like that's bad safety. I can promise you that doesn't end well. Even I didn't share my address with the internet. I shared my address with a couple people who then later on turned when they believed the sewer turtle and shared it with a bunch of other people who did horrible things with it. So I know, and I'm smart enough to have learned that mistake and said, I'm not going to share it with anyone except the people that I absolutely 1,000% trust. And she was like, oh yeah, I'll just share it with the whole internet. Then you want to cry about privacy. Like, dude, you shared your number and your fucking address with the entire internet simply so you could get packages to unbox. I mean, that's crazy, dude. Like, make an Amazon wish list like I do. It doesn't show the address. Like, ooh, you bacon girl. Listen, I thought about making muffins later. or cupcakes because it's like one of those days, right, Jesse, where you like should bake. It's like you're stuck in the house. There's snow. School was already canceled tomorrow. I should bake. That's the first thing I thought of before I came live was like, oh, I should do some baking today. And I love baking. Wait, they did what? They turned down the time between when you can send chats from like 2 minutes to 10 seconds. What? So they slowed it down? Like, why slow it down? You can stop it yourself on your end. You don't need to slow it down on the other end. You know, that's weird. Could be my age, Freeze Frame said, but this time is also immature, unethically, and unprofessional. And the fact is, some social media influencers are addicted to popularity and the competition of it all. A lot of them are in competition with nobody but themselves. It's like, who are you fucking competing with? Legit. Like, you're competing with yourself, you know? Yeah, I also find that strange. I definitely don't think that I would be, you know, live streaming my husband or boyfriend or partner or whatever people have bickering or arguing constantly. It seems like cringe level, you know? She ran for office, so her address is public. Yeah, but no, she literally gave it out on our stream. Not like, oh, well, it's out there. Like it's one thing for it to be buried in paperwork that somebody would have to actually go and find, right? And another to just be like, here's the address, here's the phone number, you know? Like that's not safe or smart, you know? Well, I'm sure she did. That's not smart. If you want to share your phone number, what you do is you get like a Google number, right? So the Google number will ring to your regular phone number, but the Google number isn't your regular phone number, right? That's what you do. If you want to be able to share it with your audience, you get a Google number or what's the other one? Text something. There's an app called Text Something that you can make a phone number that people can call. I forget what the hell it's called. I had to use it. Oh God, I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. My neighbor was going to the Dominican Republic, and it was the way that we could talk back and forth without using up like extra charges for her being like out of country. And they were supposed to come redo her dishwasher and the ceiling above her sink. So she left me the keys so that when she was gone, they could come in and do the work. And so we would talk like every 2 or 3 days, and she would ask if they came yet or whatever. And that's the way that we would talk, because it made you like a number, but also there wasn't like crazy surcharges or whatever. But I forget the name of it was like text something. I forget what the hell it's called, but that was I know that you can make your own number and then it rings to your regular phone. So you could do that, or Google. Google has like a Google number or Google, I forget what it's called because I've never used it myself, but I know that it exists. Google something. And you can make like a different phone number that rings directly to your phone, you know? It is my favorite time when it's cold and like you're snowed in. My favorite time too. Just the definition of a drifter. She cares nothing about a movement and always looking for free shit. She has now accepted a free vacation for her birthday from one of her followers. Well, isn't that nice? Google Voice. Maybe that's it. Text now. See, you guys know. Leave it to you guys to tell me what it is. You guys are both right. Text now and Google Voice. Thank you. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're competing with nobody but themselves. Literally. Ooh, Danishes? Oh, Danish bits? You're going to have to tell me how you're doing that. That sounds good. Second phone? Well, I mean, get a prepaid phone then. You know what I mean? With minutes. Get one of those, you know? Ooh, puff. I love puff pastry. They're so flaky and delicious. I have not tried to make puff pastries on my own, though. I do like to do more like, I get very inventive with different kinds of cupcakes, different kinds of brownies, different kind of cakes. But I've done breads, but I've yet to do puff pastries. We haven't done that one yet. Ooh, chili and cornbread. That sounds delicious. I wouldn't accept a free vacation from a follower like that unless they just mean giving me the cash. I don't want to stay in someone else's mediocre timeshare. I wouldn't mind staying in someone else's timeshare if it was gifted to me. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being gifted things, right? And people helping out. I think some people, you know, they might not have to spend any money on it. It might just be a week they already have. And they're like, oh, hey, we're not going to use it. Here you go. Like if I had a timeshare, I would give people time in it that couldn't afford it. Like I would do that. Sounds like something I would do. But I think it's when you're like pushing the limits of you're willing to sit there and lie to these people and then want to be rewarded for lying. And like, then you want to cry about the exact same behavior that you're egging on. That's where like the ethical line for me is drawn. Is you can't on one side say, I'm not okay when someone does this, this, and this to me, and this person in my political party has done this, this, and this to me, but I'm totally okay when the sewage turtle does it, because when he does it, it's just journalism. So totally cool for him to do it, not cool for someone else to do it to me. Like, that's the part where it's like, do we live on fucking Pluto? Like, is there a time machine that sends us back to the dinosaur ages and then back to the future where this shit becomes acceptable? Ashton Kutcher is going to pop out of the bushes and say that we've all been fucking punked. I swear to God. I am convinced that is going to happen one day. Like, this is all just one big punk, you know? Yeah, I noticed that. If you always have to say that your husband's not always in a good mood and it's rare that he's in a good mood, that's probably not a good thing. That's like probably not a good thing, you know? Like, if it's rare that he's in a good mood, like, that's probably a red flag a little bit, right? Like, just saying. I mean, you know, some people find that a turnoff. I find it okay to talk about everyday life and how expensive and like things are, because I know everyone's struggling right now. You know, unless you're the top 1%, it's a struggle for everyone. And so I want to be able to cover all ranges of topics, including money, which might be a taboo topic. But at the same time, I also want people to know, like, there are people who understand and get it and are also dealing with the same things that they are. Just because I'm a YouTuber does not mean that I don't deal with financial difficulty. I'm a smaller YouTuber, so I do, right? And I think it's important to connect with people and let them know, like, real life still happens, you know? Oh, you sent me a DM? Let me check. Constant, yeah, would be exhausting, I think. But talking about it and how it affects everyone, you know? Oh, Pepperidge Farms. Oh, love Pepperidge Farms. I love their summer sausage. I'm sorry. My grandfather used to get it every Christmas, and it's freaking delicious. And their salami, so good. Well, that's the thing. She's weird. Or they're slumming. Who's actually slumming? Just asking for a friend. The next Wendy Williams. Poor Wendy Williams. You know, poor Wendy Williams. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If your family doesn't want to be on there, you probably should keep those moments private. I'll bring you guys on little outings with me here or there, but it's rare, you know. Once in a while, we might go shopping for a baby shower or go to the store to get whatever. But it's usually when I'm by myself or maybe with one other friend, and it's not constant, right? Like, it's not constant. I stream from here in my space here, but I do like going on we are actually, when my friend gets better, after her surgery, we're going to be doing some more boots on the ground, sort of, digging around in some missing persons cases, starting with ones here in Mass. And we are going to take all the files that we have on that case, going to go to the last place that person was seen, talk to the last people that they were seen to have talked to, and try to see if we can dig up something with fresh eyes that other people haven't been able to in some of these really weird missing person cases. And those are going to be 2 parts. It's going to be, some of them are going to be live, and some of them are then going to be edited later on as a longer form video, as a way to like bring you guys in on doing an investigation into trying to help out in any way that we can with someone who still has not been found yet. And missing persons sits close to my heart, as you guys know, with my friend who's still been missing since 2006, and my friend's mom who's been missing since 2019, and no sign of either of them. So if there's anything we can dig up on those cases or anybody else's cases, I am in for it. Even if it's one singular piece of information that we or the cops didn't know about a long time ago, maybe we can dig it out now. And so I think that's going to be something that I'm really excited to do and see how it goes. So my friend's going to be the camera person. And obviously I'm going to be on screen. I still have to figure out exactly how that's going to work, though, because phone camera is not going to be good enough. So I'm going to have to figure out a way to get like it's almost like a vlog type camera where you bring it with you and it does, you know, you put it on like a tripod or whatever. and a movable one as well to get different shots. But that's going to be fun. It's not going to be for a little while because she's still recovering, but it was definitely something that we talked about and thought it was a good idea and thought that we could make a little bit of a difference, you know? That's okay, Kate. You can add some more beef, or you can add some things to like X out a little of the spiciness. I like it mild. I'm not like a huge super spicy person, and I know in Spanish I should be a spicy person, but I'm not. I used to watch Wendy way back in the day. She used to do a radio show before she had a TV show, Wendy Williamson. Long before. That's all she looks for. She's a big liar, and her chat doesn't see it. She got a big check this month and went on a shopping spree. Yeah, I mean, see, the only thing I don't agree with there is a real job, right? Because this is also my job. And so what is the difference between what people consider a real job and what works for me and my family? Because this is what works for me and my family. Or if I worked a traditional job that my medical didn't limit me to, then I would be spending my entire year's salary on childcare. So that ain't going to work. So this is my job. And so, I mean, the only sentiment I don't agree with is that this isn't a real job. I put in a lot of work for this. To me, this is absolutely just as hard as an office job or, you know, doing spreadsheets. Like you're doing a lot of, I'm not just here when I'm live. Like I'm on these computers quite a bit doing different things. And it's a lot of work. I guess some people don't put in as much work and just kind of press the button and go, I've been told, but I don't see how you could do that. But when people say to me like, oh, go get a real job, I'm just like, do you have the right to tell me what a real job is or isn't? When I was a dancer, people were like, why don't you get a real job? That is a real job. It's what works for me. It's what it allows me to pay my bills, you know? And I get what you mean in like the context of her, because she's willing to sit there and like lie and cover and do all those things. And it doesn't seem like it's really productive in any way. But, you know, I have to think of it from both sides, you know? Well, no, because I never expect anybody to just give. I mean, that's crazy, right? Like if they choose to, they choose to. You know, if they choose to support my channel, they choose to support my channel. If they choose not to, they choose not to. You know, there's no forcing, you know what I mean? Like, or making people feel like they have to or need to. Like people choose who they want to support and who they want to support. No amount of me saying that they should is magically going to make them do it. You know what I mean? Like I hope at least that people enjoy themselves enough that they do. You know, that's all you can really hope for, is that people enjoy themselves enough and enjoy the community enough that they do. You know, it's just, it is what it is. Oh, those puff pastries look really good, Jesse. You did a really good job. Sorry, I'm trying to check my DMs here. I'm trying to do 17 different things at once, and I am not good at trying to check DMs while I'm trying to, hold on. Oh, here it is. Perfect. Okay, I see it. Hold on. I'm just checking one other thing real quick. Why is this? Oh, the puppy. Let's see. All right. Sorry, I just needed to check that real quick. Yeah, that's true. You're right, Magic. I think that's the part that gets me, right? That definitely gets me. Is like, we're talking about people who can't afford to put a ham on the table. You get a brand new car outside. You're living in your mother's basement. You don't have any rent or bills, but you can't afford a ham. Like, okay, let's switch lives and then talk to me about affording a ham. You know what I mean? Like that's the part that like gets me, is like people like Aiden or Will, like you're claiming things that clearly couldn't possibly be true. You know, like the amount of subscribers alone that they have, like members, if you take out like the cut that YouTube takes, and then like if you calculate that between like Aiden or Will, like they make a decent enough amount just on that alone. right? A smaller channel doesn't have that. If you have 1,000 members or 500 members at how many dollars a piece you make the subscriptions, right? And YouTube takes their cut, you're still making a decent amount of money. You know, if you don't even have 100 and they're at $3 or $4 a piece and YouTube takes their cut, like you're not making shit, right? So like there's a big difference. And some of these people could sustain just on their memberships alone. And so when you tell me you can't afford a ham, when you have a car sitting outside that you can't even drive, that's brand new, and you have no bills really, other than maybe your cell phone bill, it just doesn't scream true to me. You know what I mean? I do think that people can feel her insincerity there. You know, I've heard that. We do need to find Miguel. 20 years is way too long for someone to be missing, you know? That was so ridiculous. The ham was so, right? Sell the car, then buy a goddamn ham. Can't even drive it anyway. Like, HomeSense. Oh, listen, I love Home Goods. It's one of my favorite stores. I haven't been there in ages, but they have such cool things. I have a cupcake table that I got at it was like on a deep clearance. I think it was like $40 it ended up being. But the bottom of the table is a literal cupcake and it's shaped like a cupcake. It's a pink frosting on it. And then the top, it's like a side table, is like glass. It's a circle glass. And they only had one left. I wish they had two, but it was at TJ Maxx or Marshalls, whatever. But Home Goods has them. Like they sell them, I think, for much more. But they have little tables that are like shaped like a hot dog or shaped like a pancake or a stack of cookies or whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, they're so cute. Like, obviously, I'm not going to buy the one shaped like a hot dog, but, you know, one that's shaped like a pink cookie, I might, you know, very cute. Home Goods has some very cute stuff. But HomeSense and Total Wines, listen, I miss that area. Braintree, Quincy, Dorchester, Boston, Weymouth. I'm from the South Shore, so it's just too expensive to live there. You know what I mean? So I moved out here probably 2020, 2021, around there. She does tell her chat to block people. Block Nick Rocco stream? What? Oh, I can't. I don't even go to that length. You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, what? It goes up and down a lot. So you could have a great month this month and the next 3 months could be shit. My best month I ever did, I think, was in October. So that means that the best month I did was the month before that. The payout was October. So that means that it would be the month prior to that. So September. And then it went down after that. So it's like, you never know. You could have a really great month and then 3 shitty months. So it is variable. And YouTube's algorithm decides how much they're going to pay you per ad, per whatever. And what they pay you per ads is next to nothing. Like it's all of your money is going to come from memberships, gifted memberships, super chats, super stickers, or direct donations to you. That's where most of your money is going to come from. It is not going to come from your ads unless you're getting 100,000 or more views. You might make, a couple bucks per video, but unless you're doing really large numbers, you're not really making a ton on that, ridiculous. So that's the other thing. If you still haven't learned after months to figure out your own StreamYard, it's kind of concerning, like, come on. Listen, any laptop can handle it. I have this oldie but goodie laptop that I used for 2 years to do my streams. And it was older and it got the job done. It didn't have a ton of memory, but it got the job done and it worked with what I had and what I could work with, Also, Nan gave her $500 to help with that starting a studio, and she bought 2 white chairs for $250 each. I don't think it's a good use of money that someone's helping you use to start a studio. Also, you don't need a studio when you're just starting out. You get a studio when you're like over 100,000 subscribers and you're doing well. Like, you don't get a studio when you're starting out. You start in the corner of your living room or corner of a room or, like your bedroom, the basement, the attic, like whatever. And you make it look nice. Like, you don't start a studio right when you're starting a YouTube. That's just bizarre to me. Also bizarre is asking to be given money as a guest on a YouTube stream. Unless you're the president of the United States or the Pope or like, no. The payment you're getting is the exposure to social media. Like that, no. You know what I mean? No. I don't believe it. She didn't have a laptop that could handle it. The laptop probably handled it just fine. She just needed an excuse to buy some expensive laptop, you know? Whatever. Yeah, well, that's not a story that will repeat. You have to make sure that you keep bringing content or, you know, you're screwed. No, not like that one. That one's like a wish. That's why it's on a wish list. Not that one. Like a small one. Like a, I don't know, like a, I don't know how to explain it. Like a smaller one. Like it was almost like a digital camera, but much smaller. They have like, I don't know, I think they're like 100, maybe $150, like a much lesser like startup one. You know, like the big ones, those are wishes. That's why they're on a wish list. Those are like the ones you wish you could get or wish that you could have later on, you know. Get startup one is a little bit cheaper than that. But that's what you would need, like a vlogging camera, essentially, you know. Agreed. Well, that's you have to have those boundaries, you know. Chili, that is like a Super Bowl food. You're right. Nachos, mini sliders, wings. I don't do anything with a bone in it. I know you can call me a weirdo, but I can't do like wings or like bone in pork chops. I'm not a huge pork chop person anyway. I like bacon, but ooh, carrot. You can add carrot to cool down the chili. That is a good tip. That is a good tip. It is a real job, in my opinion. I probably do more work here than I do, you know, I would in an office. You know, it's not easy. It's not. You have a lot of shit you have to deal with when it comes to doing that. And there's a lot of exposure because you're public, you know? I agree with you there. She definitely didn't, you know, build it on community or love or kindness. That's for sure, you know? I agree with that sentiment. You're not sincere, you know? I agree with you. I agree with this whole statement. I 100% agree with you, you know? 10K? Who the hell made 10K in commercials? There's no way. Did she say she made 10,000 in commercials? There's no way. There's no way. Maybe 10K she made in like super chats and super stickers, like maybe that, but no way in ad revenue. No chance. The ad revenue is literally like nothing, like pennies. Like I kid you not. It's nothing. It's similar to Home Goods combined with, ooh, I'm going to have to check that out. HomeSense. That is like got to be on my list of places to go, you know? Yeah, it was Will with the ham. And nobody believed that for a second, you know? Damn ham problems. He is very nasty. That's half of his problem is he's nasty. Yeah, she wanted, oh God, you guys want to tell Amy about the wanting to be paid to be a guest? Brian, she demanded Brian pay her to be a guest. And then wasn't it Runkle that she tried to get to pay her to be a guest? I think it was Runkle, right? Yeah, I'm not that kind of quote community, in my opinion, isn't being honest or sincere about what she's actually doing, because there's been many times that she's at least been honest and sincere and been like, well, drama gives money. So why not talk about drama or create it? It brings in money. Like, I'm not willing to do that. Not willing to lie or create drama. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, to be a guest. Before she had a YouTube channel, she wanted people to pay her to be a guest. So she asked LTL and Brian paid her to be a guest. No, it doesn't matter how, you know, it doesn't matter how long I stream. It matters on how many donations come in and how long, like how many ads people watch or don't watch. So if you guys watch them and don't skip them, it's a tiny bit more than if you skip them, if that makes sense. And some are now non-skippable. So it really depends on whatever donations you bring in and the ads that people either skip or don't skip. And the ads is like the very small bit of what you're actually getting. Right? Shower curtain, you know, a blue one. I actually have a green screen, green screen. It's over there in the box. I've never used it. But I do have one. I don't have a blue shower curtain, no. Yeah, kind of like a GoPro. but a little bit bigger. It's like a GoPro, but it's like a smidgen bigger. I'd say like the size of like a regular like digital camera, but it just does like video, and you put like a video SD memory like card in it, and it has like a wider sort of like lens thing on the outside. Wait a second. If you're a born again Christian, doesn't that mean you're like rebaptized, right? You have to be rebaptized to be a born again Christian, I believe. That's true, right? I think that's how it works, is you have to be like rebaptized to be born again, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe someone else knows more about this, you know? I was wondering, as if it's a sect of the church. It's not. You have to like get rebaptized and stuff. Chili is Southwest egg rolls. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, there maybe she meant like from YouTube, as in from like super chats, super stickers, like, because that's YouTube. Super chats, super stickers, that's YouTube. So she probably meant like as a whole, like, you know, ad revenue and then super chat, super stickers, and memberships. So that's all goes through YouTube. So that would, like, when you get a check from YouTube, it includes your super chat, super stickers, memberships, and ad revenue. That's quite interesting to me because ad revenue is next to nothing. So I don't know how that could possibly be. Jimmy told her that for some reason she makes way more in ad revenue than anyone else he's ever seen. Most people don't share their stats with anyone else, but ad revenue is the least of what you're going to make. The most money you're going to make is going to come from memberships or super chats or super stickers or direct donations to you. Yeah, $200 per hour for Runkle. That's what it was. Swear to God. Yeah. Oh, she doesn't want to pay a guest on our because we don't have the money to do that. You're a small creator. You don't have the money to pay a guest, dude. Like, the whole point of having a guest is they get the exposure of being on social media. You know what I mean? And move about, and some ads go on to tell a whole story. Yeah. See, I don't even know. I ask people, like, do they all see the same ads? Do you guys get different ads? I don't even know. Do they tailor it to things that you like? Do they tailor it to like what I'm talking about? Like, I don't even know how that works, to be honest. You know? I agree with you. That's why I say, like, there's an ethical boundary. If you're willing to like lie and cover for criminal behavior to quote make money on YouTube, like, that's where the ethical boundary is for me. Like, if you're willing to do all that, like, then this is not for, like, you shouldn't be doing this, right? Because you're helping perpetuate lies, misinformation that hurts real people's lives. There are real people behind these rumors and bullshit and covering up of bad behavior that you do. And you're ruining and harming real people's lives and livelihoods and families by helping doing that shit. You know, that's the crazy shit, you know? I mean, I'd probably be in tears if I had a big check, but at least I know that I would earn it and I wasn't sitting there fucking lying for it. Yeah, it's like 30 to 60% depending on what it is. They have like a range depending on what it is. And then if you have an Apple device, Apple takes a cut. It's like a whole shit show. That's why I tell you guys, if you support specific creators, like, your best bets when you're supporting any creator is directly to them, because especially a smaller creator, because YouTube takes their cut and Apple also takes their cut. So the creator doesn't get left with much after that. If you're looking at like a smaller creator, bigger creators can afford to deal with the cut because they have so much coming in that it doesn't really matter, you know? Said Jimmy's a reliable source, said no one ever. Kathy, you win the internet today. You win the internet today. Justin Crew live for a living and believe nothing they say. I wouldn't either, you know? Yeah, premium. So there's like a separate thing for premium. And so it's like, I don't know, like a couple dollars a month on the, because it's there's not a lot of people that have premium. So it's like, oh, you made $7 for the month, the people who had premium, because I guess they just give you like a couple bucks for like, because they don't get ads. The way they do it is just like, I think what they should be doing is taking a larger cut from larger creators and a smaller cut from smaller creators. That would be fair, because the larger creators are being pushed out by the YouTube algorithm and the smallers are not. So it's like, there should be some like, you know, balance. But of course there isn't, because YouTube doesn't care. So that's the thing. That would be funny if they messed it up, and then it would, but it's going to I mean, as a creator, it does drop. There's nothing you can do about it. It goes up, it goes down. You know, you could make $100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600 on a stream, and then you can make $20 for the next 3. Like, you don't know. It's always different, you know? Yeah, it's weird that anyone would ask to be paid, you know? Weird. Really weird. Ian, yeah. I don't know why she did that at all. It's really weird. Transfer what? From what? Because YouTube does it once a month. That's the other thing, is YouTube doesn't pay like weekly or bi-weekly. It's one time a month, and it's the next month. So like anything from this month, I won't get until next month, if that makes sense. With ads, I know. Mine are set to like medium. Some people set them to high, and that's probably what she has hers set to, is high. So there's more and more and more of them, but I would never do that to you guys. Mine's set to the basic medium, which is mostly what everyone sets them to, is just basic medium, you know? Gonna be going with ads, I know. Well, that's, I mean, but I mean, just as Jess said recently, which is like, oh, drama sells. It's money. It keeps the money coming in. Like, oh, okay, cool. I also have premium. But I am on a family plan with a friend of mine who added me graciously to her family plan. So that's why we have premium. I do love that I don't have ads. It's amazing. I'll tell you that much. Oh yeah, it definitely is easier to do like a Cash App or a Venmo or like a PayPal or whatever if you're going to support smaller creators, because it's most of it direct. I mean, PayPal takes like a whatever to transfer it to your own bank or whatever. And I think most, like if you take Cash App or Venmo and you don't use the Cash App or Venmo card and you transfer that to your bank, it takes like 1% or 3%, whatever it is. It's like a little tiny amount, but like, you know, that's better than 30 or 40 or 50 or 60%, especially when it comes to Apple. Apple, I didn't know took a cut until, I don't know, Jesse, what was it, like 6 months ago? And I was like, did not know that was a thing. Like, Apple takes a cut. Like, what? Shame on you, Apple. Shame on you.
And that's one example of how it was revealed that Aiden is without a shred of doubt behind that first account, the 5150 Meredith. And he operated that account from December right up until January 15th, when it got suspended, as you saw here, when I reported it for impersonation, because he used my full name with the account. And didn't put it a paralabel, and he was using my photo too. And it's sick. I wonder how many photos of me and videos of me he has saved in his phone. What were you gonna say, Chris?
And that account gave it away like itself, really, because there was information that account was tweeting that only he would know. Especially because there's like, I know there's an unreleased audio at the moment that hasn't come out. I've heard it. But
hey, Babs,
he was tweeting what was in.
Are you feeling better?
Like threatening
check
to release
PayPal.
it.
I will do.
And I remember I kept, because I knew the only way that would have existed is if he recorded it.
If he recorded me.
Well, Cash App and Venmo take $0 if I use my card.
He went and reported me for wiretap.
So if I use my Cash App card or my Venmo card, which is what I usually do, I just leave it on there and I just use it for purchases. So that takes nothing. I do the same thing with my PayPal. I just use it from my PayPal. So it takes nothing unless I'm transferring it to my regular bank account. I can just use it from where it is. So that's what I do, is I just use it from where it is. You're crummy still? Oh. If you're an Apple user, buy memberships and send super chats on your laptop, desktop. Correct. Because I didn't know that Apple did that. Of course, my friend. I just want to make sure that you are getting better. We love you. Hey, Shannon. All right, back to this. I'll check in PayPal. Hold on.
When I knew he recorded me. I knew he did. And because I have a photographic memory like him. So I knew exactly what I said to him. And he was on this account quoting word for word what I said, even though that had never been released by anybody else. So nobody else had that. I didn't record him. I just remember exactly.
Thank you for your $10 donation. And I love your little comment. It says, pizza dough, get it.
Because I have a perfect memory of what I said, and he was quoting it from that account. So I thought it was either him or somebody very close to him when I saw it. But I mean, we'll go through all the tweets speak for themselves. It's sick.
Well, if you look too, like I kept baiting that account to release it. How many times did I tweet it? I said, just release it, dude. Like I said it so many times because I knew they never would, because that would bring more issues, I'm guessing.
We're getting more snow
for sure.
today. Yay us.
I mean, it's just insane. He literally, I had a feeling he reported
so
me,
bad
but
outside.
the fact that he'd be so bold to go and report me to the police while he's also like, he knows
Doing
he
illegal
reported
shit.
me, and he's on his burner Twitter dedicated to me, quoting exactly what I said. I mean, his lawyers have now given him many ultimatums to just stop with the drama, stop with this stuff, this dangerous behavior, and he just can't get out of his own way. He just keeps going and going. It's just, I think
Yeah,
he's like
with that
addiction.
with that one we got all the back-end information of it's because I had to send to you, like, are these the numbers, like are these the things that are linked to it? That's how I alerted you to it on the day. And I was like, oh, even though you think it, like, but when you get the actual proof that it is, it's just like psychotic behavior. It's so weird. And then obviously there's so much in the back end of that account. The harassment of you is probably the small part of the story with that account, the one that's got all the back end information in it. So
yeah, I know. It would have been interesting to get into the first 5150 account to see who he was messaging. I don't even want to know if he was messaging like Lindsay on the one we uncovered. Like what would, like, who else was he like messaging? Like, I don't know. I don't want to know. But yeah, unfortunately, it sounds like because this one was suspended, your team wasn't able to get into this one.
No, the suspended accounts are, even if you got into it, you really wouldn't see anything. I just know from my own one, when they got my the original koala one, it says bitrate exceeded. You can't see anything or anything like that. And I think you only have a limited amount of time to get the archive. It only has a small window of time. I can't even get mine for the koala account because I left it too long. But if someone does know there's another way around it, let me know.
Yeah, we may have to escalate that one to some even more advanced team members. Okay. So this one, just a little history on this second burner account, the one that was taken over by the Elite Cyber Sleuth team. It was called something mayor. I'm not going to repeat it just for purposes because it was listing my employer's name. It was clearly designed to get me
fired. Hey, Lorelai.
My employer repeatedly, all while Aiden was trying to get this, telling me he wanted all this to stop, trying to get me to delete posts. I did delete.
See, I prefer to use my childhood trauma as a motivator to help other people like get out of that kind of trauma or not have to deal with it or avoid the red flags instead of being mean and fucking nasty. But I guess everyone's different.
Delete a couple tweets in good faith, and all the while he was doing this. So yeah, to say that I'm fucking pissed is like an understatement, and to say that he's fucked is an understatement. So yeah, I'm gonna try to like control myself going through this, but just the fact that he was actively trying to get me fired, all while he's been playing a victim for over a month now and getting these drama-free chips from Emily C, and everybody's encouraging him that, oh, you're doing such a good job saying drama-free daddy. Drama-free daddy, my ass. 5150 daddy. Daddy needs a 5150. Yeah.
It's a clever name.
I know. So now the account, for anybody who would like to look at some of the tweets that he made on this account, I mean, a lot of them I requested were deleted, ones that were going after my employer or were just overly personal, they're deleted, but they're all archived anyways with the team. But it's 5150 daddy now if you want to go and look at some of them. But a little history on this account. So this account was created on August 27th, 2024. And when Aiden originally made the account, it was called Joey Jojo 1376925. In January 2020.
And fun fact, even though the fake BLT, account loves to do some damage control for Aiden, which tells me quite a bit, I had this account blocked when it was Joey Joe Jojo. So before it changed its burner name to 51 Mayor 5150 or whatever it was, I had it blocked when it was Joey Jojo because I had suspected it was Aiden. That's the funny part. So when BLT came out and said, oh, they changed the name, it's an Australian name because it says Joey in it, I nearly spit out my water. I was laughing so fucking hard. Like, bro, I've had that account blocked since it was that Joey Joe account. Because I had this sneaking suspicion it was Aiden. You can always tell because he talks about himself in third person, and when you go through the replies, it's always constantly just defending him, talking bad about all of his quote perceived enemies, and it's on point for the times that like certain things are happening and him commenting on them. He's really bad at it. He likes to, as we know, talk sexually, so that's a dead giveaway about certain things. Like it is very easy to tell when an account is probably him. At least for me at this point, because he's got real serious patterns of behavior that he does over and over and over and over.
He rebranded the account as the
Mayor
account.
But there's more.
And we can look.
There's so much more you guys don't even know yet. There is so much more that you have not heard yet. And it's like every 10 to 15 minutes for days. You have to remember, this is what I was telling you guys the other day, is that he barely sleeps. I was telling you guys this morning too. Like, he will spend until 3:00 in the morning using fake accounts and going through Twitter and doing all this extra shit. Like, who the fuck does that? Oh, he does. But he wants to talk about how unfulfilling everyone else's life is. And he wants to say everyone's obsessed with him and everyone's this and everyone's that. And it's like, all he does is project his own shit onto other people. He accuses everybody of doing the same shit that he constantly does. No one else is that fucking insane to sit there every day, all day, and tweet about you, bro. When people defend themselves, he uses the narrative that they're obsessed with him. It's like, no, we have the right to defend ourselves when you constantly lie. So you think you should just constantly lie unchecked? You should be able to hide your own behavior and have innocent people attacked and harassed over and over and over to hide your own behavior, and everyone should just say nothing. We should all just go away and shut the fuck up. Otherwise, we're, quote, obsessed, or we just don't like the turtle. And it's like, no, we just want innocent people to not be attacked. We want your lies and your rumors to stop. Take some goddamn responsibility for the shit that you have done and the harm that you have caused, which he will never do. A narcissist does not have the capacity to, nor do they know how to. They will literally go down lying their entire lives without taking responsibility for anything. And on the off chance that they do take responsibility for some small thing, they use it as some sort of like, well, I took responsibility for this one thing, so that means I'm not a narcissist. They even use that to be a fucking narcissist. It's wild. And if you're not already on Twitter, you should be following Ryan. I don't want to butcher his last name, but it's Diagle, Diagle, I believe. And he talks a lot about narcissism, malignant narcissism, being the child of a narcissist and having to have dealt with a narcissist. And he hits the nail on the head every fucking time. And that's a very good account. A very good account. No, I do not get paid on X. Some people have monetized accounts on X. I do not have a monetized account on X. Interesting. I don't have a monetized account on X at all. I don't make anything off my X account. I also don't tweet a lot. You have to meet like a threshold of a certain amount of verified followers. I think it's like 2,000, and then I don't know, like 1 million or 3 million impressions over 90 days or something like that. And I don't tweet enough for any of that. So no, I do not get paid on X. And do I think he's doing it for money? Well, I mean, he's doing it to hide his bad behavior. You know what I mean? And in turn, he does it to keep his followers believing him and sending him money so he can feign ignorance. Like, what do you mean? The comment was, "Don't you get paid on X?" No, I do not. I don't know if his is monetized. And yeah, the burner accounts are not for money. The burner accounts are spite. It's what narcissists do. It's just out of spite, out of hate, out of spite. If someone is going to tell the truth about him, he is going to try to disparage them in any way possible. And one of those ways is by making these burner accounts and making people believe they're people who know this person, or like it's something he has done a billion times over. You know? I don't even know if he's written a blog. God knows. I don't, and I won't ever read a blog of his because it's just filled with innuendo, speculation, lies, rumors, and spun narrative. But has he even written one in God knows how long? Like, you know? Yeah, he talks about himself in third person quite a bit. It's a lot of keyboard time. I don't know how you need some blue light glasses or something for that shit. You know? I do think maybe his prescription needs to come down a little bit. Like the burners aren't for money. That's for sure. And I don't even think maybe his regular X account is monetized. I don't know. But the burners are just out of spite. Those are purely out of spite to hurt someone. That's the point.
Right here, this was data that the account, whoever's in charge of the account now pulled. You can see the email is this Joey Jojo email. And right there, the account was created on August 27th, 2024 from this home IP address, 47141233, which is Aiden's home IP address in Worcester. It pings Worcester, but it can also be traced to Holden. And I know that this is home IP address because I was able to match it up with my Facebook login history from one of the last days I was at his house right there. So that alone is pretty damning proof. But
yeah, he's monetized on X.
Quite a lot of people out there.
I mean, on YouTube. Is he monetized on X?
How
can you tell?
More,
yeah.
I don't know how you tell or not.
Brings
anyway,
us to our next point. This is a post
once again,
now
I'm not,
from the now taken over 5150 Daddy account. And the other night they posted this video of them going into the billing where you see who's paying for this blue check mark of an account dedicated to me, his ex.
And it shows. Like it's him.
Turtlepods@gmail.com, which is Aiden's other email that his admins use. And his credit card. I just want to side note, like people who pay for blue check marks to fucking have an account
he's
dedicated
discussed it.
to pairing another adult. I'm sorry, your life is just sad.
No, I don't. They're not necessarily people on Twitter. They're just people in life. No, it's not a government cyber team. Although I believe that information has been shared with the proper authorities. That's what they said yesterday. But it's a team of just people. In general. Like I said, it's been reported to the government authorities over the last couple of years by various people, and nothing is ever done. So I just assume people got sick of nothing happening, and said, fuck this, enough is enough, Oh, so he did discuss it. So I guess he is monetized on X, but the sock accounts wouldn't have a monetization on them. You have to have a certain amount of things, and the sock accounts are purely out of spite just to hurt people.
I feel bad for you. Like the BLT, I think, is verified. Who else? The Nan one. What a sad life that that's what you're spending your money on. You could do anything else with that money. I know it's not a lot of money, but can you imagine? Would you ever pay? I only pay for mine so that I can do tweets longer. I know my long tweets, I can do tweets longer than whatever character limit is. That's really the only reason for a blue check mark for me. But can you imagine paying that for not even your real account?
I could not even pay for my real account.
Oh yeah, you're not verified.
I just try to squeeze as much into the 140 as I can. That's where all my spelling mistakes and my short abbreviations come into it. And people pull me up on it all the time, as if I'm doing it on purpose. I'm not illiterate. It just comes across that way.
No. So far we've matched the home IP address with this account. We've matched the billing data, and then one part tonight that we're not going to go too into detail. You can go to Chris Kowal's account, but there are a lot of direct messages that have been leaked from this account, the ones that were going on with Lindsay and Aiden. One of them, which I'll turn your attention to now, is where he shares his phone number with her. I think they're like, we can just briefly go over this conversation.
No sound. Fuck. Sorry. I forgot I was muted so you guys could listen to that. So it's an email that was sent to a government address. And it is a @poll.state.mass.us. So it's a government address, an email address, and it's an email sent that says here's an archive/audit of an X account run by Aiden Kearney. In this, it contains a string of direct messages between himself and Lindsay conspiring against the Commonwealth of Mass. What I will say about that is it doesn't, for me, like, my mind isn't that they are conspiring against the Commonwealth. It's more like he's trying to blackmail her into doing what he wants to drop the civil case, because that's on par for him. You do this for me and I'll do this, right? Like, and it's more like, and if you don't, like, X, Y, and Z is going to happen. So for me, it's more like he's blackmailing her into, like, I'll drop the civil case if you do this for me. And that's completely on par for what he does. But the rest says it's the IP log, links it directly to him. One example, he used this account to target and harass people, including his ex-partner. I've also included some screenshots of their conversation. However, all this can be verified via the raw data audit attached. Thank you. I know. Sorry, guys. I forgot that I was muted. My bad. I apologize. Nonetheless, so that had been sent to the government. That's sent to the state of Massachusetts. And then I was reading that and my email went off. And what's in my email? A Proton account with a raw data dump. So I'm going to have to go through this raw data. I'm obviously not going to be able to show you guys live all this raw data. I'm going to have to go over it first and maybe see if I can either pop back on later or do it in the morning, because it seems that there's, why are my computer screens like moving around like that? Like something's like shaking my house and my computer screen is going like this for whatever reason. It's a ghost, but there's a lot of raw data here. And so I can't just like go through it right now with you guys live. I'd have to go through it first to make sure there's nothing that's sensitive or sexual or minors or anything like that that gives addresses or phone numbers or, you know, sensitive like personal information or anything like that. But I do have a large data dump that I was just sent on some of this shit that has to do with Aiden. So at least we know, right? Jimmy Neutron is jealous. At least we know that I have some stuff that we can go over. I just need time to go through it myself because there's no chance in hell I could do it all live. I might be able to go through it if I close up shop here on this live stream and take a couple hours to go through it, I might be able to pop back on at like maybe 7 or 7:30 and go through whatever I can with it. But I'd have to go over it first before I do that. Also, real quick, I think a Cash App. I think it was Cash App that I just saw. Let me look. Hold on. Yep. It was a Cash App from my dear friend Claire. Thank you, Claire. She sends $100 and says, support. Appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. So now that I have some of this data, I think what I'm going to do, because I know this is going to take me some time to go through, is I think I'm going to play maybe a few more minutes of this, because this is part of this I haven't heard yet, up until I think it's like 40 minutes. So it's another like 10 minutes of this that I haven't heard. I'm going to play like another 10 minutes of this, and then I'm going to go and I'm going to start going through that data dump. And then I will make another live stream to go through some of it later on. I'm gonna guess 7:30. That's my best guesstimate at the moment. But if I have to change it, it'll just, when I put the live stream up, it'll show what time it's going to be there anyway. But I don't know how much time I'm going to need to go through this data. I don't know how many things I'm going to have to redact. I don't know how much of it I can give. So let me play the next 10 minutes of this, and then we'll go from there. I love when things happen just right live as it's like going, because then I have to rethink my whole what I was going to do next.
She's accusing him of working with Krusty and that bald fuck she's referring to Tully. You're insane.
I've been accused of that. Conspiracies.
That's the thing. It needs to be us against them. So again, this is Aiden messaging on his burner. I think it was still called Joey Jojo at the time, to Lindsay.
Yeah, it was. It was still under the Joey Jojo. Yeah.
Still under the Joey Joe one. And
what's the I don't think I've released that tech. There's a text sheet, but there's also a reference to a 702. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? Work that out in live time here, because I've forgot to ask.
Is that an area code?
I think it is. I think it's something to do like when they're trying to. I think when he's trying to give proof to Lindsay that it's him, like they go through these series of questions. As like she asks him what her favorite alcoholic drink is, what song did she used to play in the morning, and there's this whole bunch like where she wasn't convinced it was him at the start, but then obviously the phone number exchange happens, phone calls and stuff goes from there. So you can see the changes. More of that chat comes out.
Maybe that's her number. I don't know, but I know the only numbers he has, he has two now that start with 774. That's one of them is right here that you've blocked out. And then 14131, and the 413 number is the one we just saw in that 5150 Meredith account. He was using that. So this is a message between them where he gives her phone number. So that's, I mean, what are the likelihood that his account was created at his home Wi-Fi, and we'll go on to that in a second because of another conspiracy theory that's been spun off from that. His home.
Sorry, I'm muted again. I will point out that the IP address she's talking about here is the same IP address that tried to hack her Gmail this morning. So she lined it up. It'll tell you where in the area it's from, and it says Holden, Mass. But then you look at the IP address, and it's the exact same IP address that she is hooked up to his Wi-Fi way back in July, and it's the same IP address that is on the SOC account, lining up with the fact that Aiden tried to hack her Gmail this morning from his house in Holden. You are so fucking smart, sir. Albert Einstein.
Home Wi-Fi. His billing info and credit card info, which I've never had access to. He put his bank account info in for Eventbrite, but he typed that himself. And again, I knew some of the people on Twitter, like Momo, were saying, oh, she had access to all his accounts. I never had his credit card info, hon. And bank account info and credit card are separate. They keep showing up that Eventbrite thing when Aiden stole $5,200 from Karen and didn't. They keep showing that
I'm sorry, but are people this dumb that they don't know the difference between an account and a routing number and a card number? Like, is that real life? Like, there's an account and routing number where you can wire money or have money direct deposited into your account. That's not the same as the numbers that are on the front of your card. Those are two different things. You need the account and the routing number for something like Eventbrite or Give, Send, Go or any of those. You need the routing and account number. Like, the credit card number would pop up for something like Google Play or X or like, these are different fucking things, idiots. How would he know what he used? If it's not him, how would he know whether he used a credit card or not? Debit card, credit card, whatever, same thing. Like, debit card, it's a debit card number. Like, for instance, my debit card does debit/credit. So, you know what I mean? Like, if that's not his account, then how would he know what he used? Anyone? McFly?
A screenshot as if I have like access, like, hun, that's a bank account anyways. So his billing data. And then here we are. I mean, the messages themselves speak for themselves. This is Aiden talking to Lindsay, and she knows that. But here we are, him giving her the phone number. So like, say this was somebody else there giving this phone number. Don't you think she would have called and then he would have been confused and realized like that wasn't him, like, and then it would have stopped, or like she would have freaked out? No, they continue talking right until, what was the last day they talk on that account?
When I'm viewing it, it says, I'm pretty sure the 14th of November, but that'll be the 13th, I think.
I thought they stop at like the 10th, and then it's like the 13th or 14th. The 13th or 14th is when he messages himself to try to cover, I think probably to tell Bettero and Bradle like how they started talking, because they're not supposed to be talking like this, obviously. I mean,
I sent Dag the very end of their message chat, so she would have wrote it down, whatever the date is. I don't remember it, but it was at worst like the 11th of November, I'm pretty sure, but it's in there. And that was after they had met up. So there's no need to continue this chat anymore, because
it seems like they pretty much stopped, and they were clearly just talking on text or something else, right?
For all 600 of you here, let me remind you, this is his account. This sock account is him. No matter how many excuses you want to give.
Piece of proof with her
it's
giving
him.
The number. And then somebody called this out to me today. So there was actually, we can talk about that first. I forgot. Maybe we should just go over the IP data quickly, because you know more about that from looking up IP addresses than me. So this was shared right before we went live, and this is essentially, and people can analyze this. We won't go like number by number on this. This was, I think, shared with you in the last couple of days, right, from your team? Yeah. But you were looking at some of them. You determined this 38 number is his new home IP address, and then we can just let it play.
All the 38 numbers, or most of them, ping to Holden.
Right.
Then there's I think the 174s are all mobile. So
those are all mobile.
So when you can run that IP check, at the bottom of it, it tells you there's 3 fields, and it tells you if a VPN's connected, like if a VPN's being used to like do it, but they all come up as like false, which is what you need. So that says it's connected. The likelihood is it's connected to a home internet system. Yeah, there were a couple that stuck out to me that I had other people look up for me. One was this 73 number, which I was told pings to Mansfield, and I know he's been bragging about going to Mansfield or whatever for fridge stuff, but I mean, I just like looking at these dates and him tweeting about me and just dedicating this account to me while he's at this new girl's house. I mean, I just feel bad for her. That's just not normal behavior. Like being at your new supposed girlfriend's house in Mansfield and like psychotically tweeting about me. I mean,
to be fair, he did this exact same thing when he was Meredith, constantly tweeting about Lindsay. you know, constantly. Tweet. Lindsay. Like, it's not normal. It's been 7 years and he still talks about Leah. 7 fucking years. Like, he can't let anything go. I mean, look at what he wanted to, like, keep track of what Kara is doing. Like, leave these women alone who are no longer with you. They want nothing to do with you, dude. You're like tracking who they talk to and on what dates they tweet something. Like, that is fucking sick behavior. You're not well in the head, dude.
It's a little. But the most interesting date for me
Nothing
was.
surprises me with this guy.
I know.
To be honest.
There's a date though in December that especially interested me, and where I was told the location pings because it lines up with an anonymous text I got about Aiden being at Lindsay's apartment. And it's also the same night that she told somebody who she used to be friends with, that Aiden was over. She called them while he was over, and
she must know who that person is too. Like, who did she call that night? Like, so that means whoever she called that night to say that he was there, like, that person immediately went and told someone else. Like, fucking horrible friends, just saying. Like, horrible fucking people. Nobody these days can keep a goddamn thing to themselves. Like, do I condone him going there? No, I think it was a dumb decision. I think it was a stupid decision. I think you should never get yourself wrapped up in anything that has to do with Aiden, because he's just a bold-faced liar manipulator, right? But what a good fucking solid friend. You know what I mean? Like, they tell you something and you immediately go and tell someone else. It's like, why do people need that level of attention? I don't understand. Like, well, you can't keep your mouth shut about anything, not a single thing, not one. Like, weird, right? Like, what are we, 12? Like, it's like playing telephone. Like, well, so-and-so just told me that he was at her house. It's like, can nobody be a loyal, decent friend to people? I don't get it. Like, I mean, I don't know. You know what? I blame it on my, old school upbringing with my grandparents, that they, like, taught me, you don't like that. You do what friends do. You don't, you don't be a shitbag like that. That's bullshit. He claims he never owned a credit card. That's crap. Yeah, a Visa or MasterCard can be, it can say credit, but it has a credit like symbol on it. Like, my debit cards have a Visa symbol on them. So it's credit, but it's also debit. So, I mean, if he just assumes that because it says credit, that it means that it has to be a credit card, I mean, that's just false. You can run it as credit or debit. And depending on whatever website they choose to run it, you can run a debit card as credit or debit. That's why the option pops up on the screen when you're at the store. Do you want to run it as a credit or a debit? Like, so the website can choose to run it whichever way they want. So it's like, I don't believe for 1 second he's never had a credit card. Okay, let's be honest here. But even if he didn't, all debit cards have the option to run it as credit or debit. And if the website chooses to run it as credit, that's what it's going to say next to it. Like, the fuck?
It's like, I'm having sex right now. I'm not going to say who that person was. Let me see if we get to that part.
Danger, Will Robinson.
But yeah,
Danger.
I'm curious. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the 76 number, I'm told, is pings for Norwood. So I wouldn't really think.
Well, you know more about that. You know more about those locations. I don't know where all these little suburbs are, like around that area, because there was a few, like when you look at them, and I was saying to you, like, there was one, the Medfield one. Then there was Medfield. It came up. It said Medfield / Foxborough, I think it was, or something like that.
You're thinking the Mansfield one.
Mansfield one.
Who to show more lies? I'm confused. What do you mean? Just to show what lies? Who to show more lies? You got to be a little more detailed than that.
All the weird ones.
Yeah.
Let me just share this one at a time. So I was looking.
Let me be clear again. This sock account is Aiden. This sock account is not, nobody set it up to set him up. It's not some wild conspiracy. He's just an idiot. This is something he has done numerous times, over and over and over. He has many more sock accounts where he did the same thing with it. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you got to be a little more, because like once I skip past the comment or what I'm saying, then it kind of throws me off. And then I'm like, oh, wait, it could be this, could be this, could be this. You just got to give me a little more detail next time. I don't believe he never had a credit card. But again, even if he didn't, like I said, the website can choose to run it as credit or debit, because your debit card has both on it. Most debit cards have both. It's credit either Visa or MasterCard, and they can choose to run it one or the other, depending on how they have their site set up. But I mean, why? I mean, the guy lies about what he did 5 minutes ago, you know? It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Do chat with, I mean, she knows. She knows. I mean, we're not friends, but like she talks to Chris and I talk to Chris. So I mean, she knows.
Looking at this last night because I saw that was one of the ones that was shared. And look at this text I get on December 12th, like right before that IP address pings in Norwood. That 76 number I'm told is Norwood, which is where Lindsay lives now. I get this anonymous burner text. Agent Aiden at LG's house again.
I love these burner numbers that these
it's
people
probably
do. I've gotten so many of
After
them.
being told, he like getting that text and then somebody else saying that she's telling people that he's there. I mean, what are the odds, right?
Yeah, that IP address there kind of links that like part of the story up that was circulating back then as well.
Right. I know. Unfortunately, though, like this didn't go past, I think this goes through November, but it's like after they stop messaging on there. So we can't like link anything up. But I mean, I think it's pretty obvious Aiden's the only one who's ever had control of this account. I certainly never have. And we can get to that next and debunk that myth that I was somehow there and I was the one who created it. A lot of people
making this
saying,
bullshit is
Meredith
nonsense.
was probably at his house on August 27th, 2024, and she could have.
They broke up in July,
created
early
it,
July.
right? I think that's like the latest thing we've been hearing.
Yeah, there was that. It was also because the account's Joey Jojo and because I'm Australian. Oh,
That
that's
means-
a kangaroo reference.
Right.
I'm sure I did that. No, I was going actually in August 2024. Like I was going through like a really like personal situation with my son, as everyone's documented. The last thing I was thinking about at that point was
making a sock account.
An account to tweet. It just
Right.
like the way
It's
that
nonsensical.
people, like try to look for every other reason for things.
Nonsensical.
Blows my mind. I've never seen anything like that. I just
Good
don't know
for
if it was
you
stupid
keeping it
or-
real.
well,
I
don't
love that.
Right. Yeah. First they
Wait, you've been on JFK's show, right? I think I've heard you speak on JFK's show before. I love listening to you speak on JFK's show, by the way. But I have a couple friends that work in different courthouses, and I've worked in corrections, so people who work in different jails around the state. So I have a lot of different sources in different places. And for me, I really want to know, because let's be real, in Suffolk Superior, his bail would have been revoked already. You know, if he was dealing with like the Suffolk judges and like all that, he would have already been revoked. Norfolk doesn't seem to want to do their job, and so many of those judges were conflicted out that it's just like insane to me at this point that he's even still out, right? If you're dealing with Suffolk Superior Court, his ass would have already had that bail revocation done. It would have already happened. The judge, though, I believe he's seeing isn't a Suffolk Superior judge, though. It's the Plymouth County judge that they like assigned to him, I believe. Because I'll tell you right now, if it was Suffolk Superior and a Suffolk Superior judge, his ass would be grass. But again, the judge can only go by what the DA or special prosecutor asks. And if Cosgrove doesn't ask for the bail to be revoked, then a judge is just going to revoke it. So, I mean, they can, but it's rare. So, yeah, they just don't play. They just don't. I mean, they deal with so much shit over there that they're hip to this kind of like trying to get one over on the system. And they do not take kindly to someone spitting in the face of the justice system to try to play semantics with the law. But I love that you're going to be able to see him. That's hilarious. Freaking hilarious. Yes, thank you. Exactly. Exactly what I was saying. Exactly. Just so crazy to me. Yes. I definitely have listened to you speak on JFK show. Yeah, it might have been a couple months ago now, but I've been super busy with my own like family stuff, you know, so I haven't really had a chance to listen to a lot of other people on their own shows that I would normally listen to, but yes, the judge is from Plymouth County. So I believe he'll be seeing the Plymouth County judge, but he'll be presiding in Suffolk for whatever reason. I mean, to be fair, I was right, and I'm still right. But I was right, to, you know what I mean? Like, I was. And you know, if it was anyone else, his ass would have already been locked up. You know? Yeah, a court clerk, I believe, right? Keeping it real? Or yeah. Well, no, maybe. Was it clerk or the people that do the, oh God, I don't want to fumble this. The people that do the court reporter. I can't remember which one you said, but I don't know. Well, I mean, Bradle's been dealing with the BBO for years now. It's been years at this point. So, I mean, that process is painstakingly slow on what they're going to do with him in that scenario. But I would not discount them suspending his license or something beyond some reprimand, because this is beyond reprimandable, and it was so public that I don't think if they went with a regular reprimand, like, that would go over well. I honestly think you would see a lot of public backlash on that. Make no mistake, the BBO, in my opinion, is a fucking joke normally, but I do know that recently they know they are really under pressure to actually hold people accountable for shit, because people are starting to make a stink about the BBO being changed and it not being just lawyers or former lawyers anymore, because it seems like a lot of them just cover for other lawyers without holding them accountable for really bad shit. So a lot of people have been making noise about how the BBO no longer needs to be filled with just lawyers and former lawyers, that it also needs to include other people to hold them accountable, because it's too much bias happening. Yeah, he's a special judge for this. I agree with you that from law enforcement, from the court system, from lawyers, they see him as a piece of human garbage. No one finds him cute or funny. And I would bet money, and although Keeping It Real works there and I don't, I would bet money that the Suffolk Superior Court judges are not fucking enthused by him. They don't find him funny. They don't find it, you know, to be satire. They're not going to be like the judge in Dedham who was like, so he's like a satirist, like all fun and games. Like, he's not going to see that over there. But he is not going to see a Suffolk Superior judge, and he's going to see a Plymouth County judge. But even Plymouth County, like, I don't think that the Plymouth County judge is a fuck around type guy, you know? Court stenographer. Thank you. Yes. Well, that's the other thing. He seems to think it's such a great idea to have all his supporters show up, but all it really does is show the court that he does do mob rule, right? That he can't get a mob of people to do whatever he wants them to do, including showing up to a court date where it doesn't make you look good. Having family or friends there makes it look good. People that care about you, not random supporters who are, you know, causing a ruckus everywhere they go. That's not, you know, it's not a good look in any courtroom. He just thinks it is. He just thinks it is. Yeah, I mean, to me, the Plymouth County judge seems like a guy that just wants to get shit done. He's not going to play games. The minute he said to like Bradle and Betterow that if you want to file a motion, you need to get it in 2 weeks in advance. That means he looked at the file and saw that Bradle's famous thing is to file something at 5 o'clock on a Friday and then want to demand an answer for a court date on a Monday morning. Try to underhand. And judges don't like that kind of behavior because you're not giving the other side adequate time to respond to your shit. And Bradle does it on purpose because he's gotten away with it in Suffolk before, because he used to work in Suffolk, and he's gotten away with it in Norfolk. What I tell you is he won't get away with it in Suffolk anymore because people over there despise him now for him hiding evidence while he was a DA over there, and getting himself into the scenario that he's in right now with the BBO over that case. And I know that there's been other BBO complaints filed on him since then. I don't know if any of them gone anywhere. The people who filed them would probably know, but I have no idea. Something I probably have to check on. I haven't thought about that in a really long time. So it's definitely something I should probably check on and see if they have gotten any responses to the things that they filed. Yeah, and I'm sure with it being Suffolk that none of them are fucking impressed by his behavior. I'll tell you that
They
much.
said that you were they were like, it's Meredith or Koala were that account the whole time. I think BLT was saying like, oh,
Nope,
because it's
wrong.
Jojo, it's an Aussie. And then they switched quickly to, oh, it's Meredith because it was at Aiden's house and she was there on August 27th.
What?
So,
Well, yeah,
Oh,
I could have
I was-
set a VPN to Aiden's house, you know, because I knew where he lived then. You
I
know?
don't think you can do that though. I looked
No,
into
you
it
can't.
and like you
They'll
don't
try
get
and
to
tell
pick
you,
like
though.
you don't get to pick like a specific town even. It's like they give you like a state or it's usually like capitals. I finally got a VPN recently and it's like you get to pick Boston and Massachusetts and that's it. There's no like you can't pick Worcester or Holden. I mean somebody could pick Boston. I do live in Boston. It's a big city so they could say it but it wouldn't match my home IP address. This specifically matches his home IP address, the 47 one. So
Yeah, Sean
I'll turn
Jenkins.
your
That's the
attention to
name.
this so we can just debunk that. I mean, I was just ready to go with whatever.
It was a long
thing they threw
time.
at us with
Sat
this,
in
so-
jail. Sat in jail over the evidence that Bradel hid, right? For almost 2 decades. Like, what the fuck? Who does that? Oh, that's right. Someone with no ethics. Bradel. A man with no ethics.
The new lie was being floated was that I created the burner.
He lied multiple times to the judges in Aiden's cases. He lied about where Aiden's phone was when he handed it off to Courtney Healy. He lied about whether he could make it to court because he was on vacation. He lied, and there's proof that he lied directly to the court on purpose. And there was a bunch of other different things. Like he sent one of his very unethical investigator almost got himself charged by like threatening. Like you can't do this shit, bro. But Bradel doesn't care. That's the difference. Where I thought Betterow might bow out because any self-respecting attorney at this point would have bowed out. Bradel hasn't. I mean, Betterow hasn't. I never thought Bradel would because he's an unethical piece of shit, in my opinion. He just doesn't care about rules. He doesn't care about the law. He will circumvent all of it if that's what he thinks he's getting one over on people. But I thought maybe Betterow had a little more ethics and would bow out and would say, I'm a self-respecting attorney. I need to get out of this before he burns down my career. And clearly that is not the case. And I don't think he really understands at this point that Aiden will take him down with him. If he goes down in flames, he's taking those attorneys with him. No doubt in my mind. I think Aiden picked Bradel because he knew he was just like him. And he knew he would do all this crazy shit that no other attorney would do. So in the beginning, Aiden had many different meetings with other lawyers. And a lot of lawyers turned him down completely and said they wouldn't take his case because what he was demanding of these lawyers that they get everything tossed out, that he be found in the free and clear, and that they do X, Y, and Z. And so many of them were looking at the case and they were like, yeah, no, we can't promise you that. Sorry. And he was like, you can't promise me that, then I can't. And they're like, yeah, no, we're not going to take your case. And so he went through quite a few attorneys being like, yeah, no, we can. He was demanding that these lawyers get him found free and clear of all of it, period. Like that's so unrealistic, but that is what he claimed, right? So to me, it's absolutely bonkers that any attorney with those demands would say yes. But Bradel did. And then Betterow came on later, but still, you know, I think Bradel Kelsey made a grave mistake in hiring Bradel, and she's making a grave mistake by keeping him on. He cares about the limelight, the audience, the cameras. He did Kelsey a disservice. The judge might have been a little harsh with her words, but she did what was legally required and necessary of her. People might not like the outcome. I don't even like the outcome, but sending Kelsey back to jail was Bradel's fault, 1,000%. He didn't bring in the basic documentation. And then after the argument was over, he wanted to change the argument. That's not how it works. You give an argument, the judge decides. You don't get to change the argument after the judge decides and say, well, just kidding. I'm not going to argue that argument. I'm going to completely change the argument to this thing. That's not how it works. Once the judge makes a ruling, you don't get to be like, well, now I have documentation, Your Honor. It's right here. Like, that's not the way it works, dude. Within 3 days of Kelsey being out, Bradel tried to remove 2 of the 3 release conditions. The whole point of release conditions are it's ensuring safety of the public when you're released. Okay? Safety of the public when you're released. Within 3 days, he tried to remove 2 out of the 3 conditions of her release without giving the judge more to go on other than because Bradel said so and the PO agreed. That's it. That is not enough. If you're trying to remove 2 of the 3 things and say that she can't do them, then she's got to go back into jail until we can figure out different conditions that will ensure the safety of the public. That's how it works, right? Bradel did that. He was not prepared. He did not have her best interest in mind. He cared more about the cameras and the audience than her. I don't know why she keeps him on. I don't know. Obviously, she ended up with him by assuming that like Aiden was getting attention on his case. So like she probably called thinking that he could help, you know. But she should have fired him after that debacle. Really, she should have, you know. I don't know, but Yannetti should probably just shut the hell up instead of trying to come to anybody's defense that has anything to do with Aiden. I mean, it just makes him look stupid every time, you know? Stop trying to defend these idiots, you know? Well, again, it's the attention, the money. It's because people see him in the media on this case or that case, and they assume because they see you on TV that you're a good attorney. That's what they assume. They assume wrong, you know? I'm not a fan of Coakley. She was the attorney general during the drug scandal. And that was one of the reasons I just highly distrust Coakley. But I also never thought she was a good attorney general. I was not a fan of hers at all. Like that whole fucking mess sent a lot of innocent people to prison. And then it also let a lot of guilty people out of prison. You know? I mean, they might have offered their services. That's a very real possibility. They could have had not themselves, but they could have had an intermediary be like, well, I know an attorney that would take it and blah, 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 blah. Like one of their quote paralegals that isn't an actual paralegal that just was a turtle writer. And Bradel was like, okay, I'll hire you as a paralegal, even though you've done no paralegal work and know nothing about the law. I'll hire you as a paralegal. Sure. Like what attorney does that, by the way? What attorney hires fans of a YouTuber who have no experience in being paralegals to be a paralegal? Never mind the fact that one of them is very mentally unwell. Like I don't know any self-respecting attorneys that would do that either. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Well, yeah, you have to make sure that your job is secured, but you also have certain rights. You know, you have freedom of speech. But yeah, I agree. It was the right thing to do ethically is to say, okay, I'm following this person. So if they come into your courtroom, it might be a conflict and you might not be the stenographer on that case, you know? That's the correct thing to do. So when someone came into the prison that I would know, if they were put, because I was the intake unit. So if they were put onto my intake unit, some people were able to skip intake if they came from a long-term, like, say, for instance, they came from Pembroke Hospital and they were, had med set up and everything, but they like assaulted a staff member and then they were sent to us. Some of those people can skip being in like the intake unit and just be put into a regular unit. Most people go through the intake unit, or some of them who are like very, very violent or very like you go straight to the max units. But besides those, most people come through what I worked in, which was like the intake unit. And so if there was someone that came through there that I knew or I grew up with, I had to go to my superiors and say, okay, this is how I know this person. This is how long ago I saw them. This was our relationship. And they would either decide whether it was a conflict or not. If it was someone I went to like high school with and, haven't seen in 10 years, like then it was who gives a shit. If you're talking about an ex-boyfriend that I dated, that's a no-go. And either they're moved or I work on a different unit until they're moved. So like those are the things that you have to do in your job to make sure that you're not breaking any rules. You know what I mean? That there's no conflict that could give someone an unfair advantage on something, or get you into trouble by asking you to do them a favor and you know them. So like if you would normally do it for, this random stranger, you're going to do it for your friend's brother. You know what I mean? Like that's why they don't want you in those scenarios and situations, because far too many people give into that and do stuff they're not supposed to, I also hope that she fires him, He absolutely should have, but instead he wanted to yell at the judge about cruel and unusual punishment, which just pissed the judge off. I mean, rule number 1 in being an attorney, don't knowingly piss off the fucking judge on purpose. I mean, that's like rules for dummies when you're an attorney. Don't piss off the judge. Don't insinuate the judge is doing something wrong. Like, are you fucking stupid? He's not a good attorney, That's true. That's true. Wouldn't be the first and probably won't be the last, you know? Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's just, it's so fucked up, you know? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know what happened to him after all that stuff. Maybe he's keeping it low because he got that charge. I don't know. Oh, she's still there? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't know she still existed on the YouTube streets. I mean, I thought the catfish was enough to make her just like be ashamed. I mean, I would be like, I'm not going to give somebody a picture of me that's 10 years old and be like, this is me now. Like, no, I look different than I did 10 years ago. I have a little extra weight on my body from my medication than I did 10 years ago. I've always been really tiny. I've always been size like 5 around the waist or 7 because I have wide hips and a wide butt. But I've always been really small, like 125 to 135 or maybe 37 pounds max, unless it was right after I gave birth to one of my children. I am at least 30 pounds over that now with the water weight that my medication holds for all the different things I have wrong with me. But I have always been tiny. So I don't look the same as I did. I'm not huge, but I'm not tiny either, right? So imagine giving someone a picture of you from 10 years ago and claiming that that's you now, but you'll never get on a video chat. You will not see them in person, but you want to date them. How does that work exactly? Even if you're long-term dating, you should be video chatting. Like that should be an automatic. Like, I don't get that. Like, that would be a huge red flag for me. You're refusing to video chat me. You're refusing to talk to me or see me if I'll pay for you to fly out here and you still won't. Why? Like, that's a red flag. That is weird. You know? Weird. Yeah. Number 1 rule, don't piss off the judge, you know? But that's a good question. I don't know what's going on with Flip. Let me finish the rest of this couple minutes here. It's when Babs hops in that's where I started. So I think it's, I don't know, maybe another 3 or 4 minutes or so. And then I'll go look through this data and come back later.
Are now accurately renamed 5150 Daddy that viciously targeted me and tried to get me fired. This is the account that Aiden spoke with Lindsay on. So first of all, why would I make an account attacking myself, tagging my workplace, and spend days submitting report after report to get it suspended? Like, why would I want to talk to Lindsay on it? That alone makes this absurd. But the account was created, as we know, using Aiden's home IP address we just looked at, this 47 one, on August 27th, 2024 at 2:19 p.m. It's a very specific time. I was nowhere near Aiden at this time. So I turn your attention to our text from that day, where you can see at different times, I left his house in the morning, or no, I was at his house. I'd stayed over the night before. We were ironically talking about Christy. Christy had just flipped. If anybody's just wondering what was going on at that time, you see these timestamps. We're clearly not together, where I'm basically saying at 2:38, I need to catch up on all the Twitter stuff. I'm taking Allie across country now, but I have 2 hours to kill. And look at this. So we're clearly not together at this time. 2:13. If I'm sending him this, like, why would I be sending him this stuff if we're together? So that alone, like, we're clearly not together because he's asking me what I'm doing and everything, blah, blah. But you don't need to take my word for it because, and this is actually really creepy. I didn't realize that Google just keeps your info like this for as long as it does, especially like just exactly minute by minute what I'm doing this day. So you see I'm at Starbucks in Holden that morning, but then I leave his house at 12:58. So over an hour before he makes the account at 2:19. At the time of 2:19, when the account was created, I'm here at home in my house in Southie. Then you can see I just added this just to get rid of any doubt what I did the rest of my day here. And it lines exactly up with what was in my text.
I agree with you, Kathy.
Going to Target, bringing my daughter to practice, and then going home. It all lines up to the T. There's no like, I would have to have gone back in time or had somebody use
time machines
my phone to make an alibi and track my location if I was somehow
I believe
the one who made this account.
The account made I read a tweet on air here, I think before you popped in, that was an email that was sent to a Massachusetts government official, multiple Massachusetts government officials. It's a government email, and it was the raw data, or at least it says it's the raw data, and then screenshots as well. So that is on the overtaken 5150 Daddy. That's what it's called now, the account. but they posted a tweet with the redacted of the names, but the bottom of the email, which is those are government emails. So it looks like it has been, according to that tweet, but I couldn't confirm that myself. Other than that tweet saying that it was and showing that.
Aiden made this account at his home Wi-Fi. I mean, when you look at the tweets, which we'll go over later, what he posted on this account, it lines up with exactly who Aiden's enemies were at the time. He goes after Kate Peter a bunch, Twisted Tragedies. You'll see. I mean, I don't
always
talk like that to people, and I definitely wouldn't make a burner to go after people like that. Like, I just don't care.
Yeah, it's early morning, I think,
like,
Chris,
I know
right
everybody
now.
loves to say I have all these burners, and there's specific people who've done things to me where they were targeted by burners, and I've never made one unprovoked for somebody who didn't do something to me first. Lindsay said some really awful things about my daughter on her Joe Sock account in March 2024. So yeah, I made an account called Cheeky Reddington, and it was against her. But you know who knew about Cheeky Reddington and egged it on?
Aiden.
That would be Aiden Carney. So
shocker.
No, everything's all good with you guys now, but anything that was ever done by
we can only help. Anybody else would be sitting in jail.
1,000,000 times worse. And
listen, if a mental institution, okay, like if Bridgewater, the prison that I worked at, if that would stop him from hurting other people, I'd be okay with him just being institutionalized. But I just don't think even that would do it. You know, like I honestly think jail is the only place where he can't have access to the internet, where he can only send and receive like little email blurps and make phone calls, where he cannot sit online and making sock accounts and, you know, wild accusations at people that just simply aren't true to hide his own behavior. Like, we'll go back to what you said when you first came in, Citizen. I was right the whole time. I tried to tell you guys. People didn't listen. Am I glad people are waking up now? Yeah. Does it erase all of the shit I had to deal with? No. No. And some of the shit that I still deal with, it doesn't. No. Does it erase all the lies that he told and the way people believed them? No. It didn't. The damage that was done to me, my family, no. Doesn't erase any of it. Am I glad that he can't do it to other people with this amount of people who have woken up and at least they are safe from it? And at least they would know like his deal and what he does. Like, yes, I'm glad. I am happy. That's the whole goal, is to me, even if there's one person a week that I can save from that, then I did my job. Then I did my job and it worked as intended, to just give the truth. And whether people listen or not, I can't control. I cannot control whether people listen to what I say or not. I wish they had listened a long time ago, because I feel like a lot of these people could have been saved from that aggravation and from that like mental hell of constant harassment by minions. There are almost 700 of you watching this right now from 3 platforms. And I really hope that even the hate watchers take this in as I'm saying it. Aiden's not a good person. He only cares about himself. He doesn't care what lie he has to tell, spin, twist. He doesn't care what receipt he has to make up, fake, or have someone else fake and make up. He doesn't care who he has to frame, as long as he gets out of whatever the hell bad thing that he did, that he accuses everyone else of doing the same shit that he does. It's absurd. Nobody else is that sick to do some of this shit. No one, you know? It's gross. I do. I mean, I know a lot of people in that area, and I've made friendships with people from both sides. People who decided that, like, wait a second, something ain't right here, reached out to me, and I appreciate those people. You know, I haven't seen that yet, Jilly. Let me click on it. Hold on. There are a lot of people that apologize to me, and I will forever be grateful that they, you know, mustered up the courage to do that, because there are some people I'll never get those apologies from, right? Never, not ever. Some people just go away forever and never say another word. They were so bold to say all these things about me online that just weren't true because Aiden said so, but no problem. They don't want to apologize, and it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I'll never get those, and I'm okay with that. But what I'm not okay with is him victimizing people over and over and over and over and just sitting silent, because far too many people sat silent when it happened to me. Far too many people came to me privately and said, I can't say anything publicly. I'm too afraid he's going to do this, 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 and this, and exactly what he did to you, to my family. So I'm sorry. I know that this thing didn't happen, and I know that this is a lie, and I was there, but I can't speak up. I can't say anything. And I don't want that for other people. So if I have to be the one person that does say it, so fucking be it. So fucking be it. No one should ever turn and be like, everyone's hiding and ducking and saying, I can't say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I can't back you up because I'm too afraid. I know it's a lie. I can debunk the lie, but I'm not going to because I don't want to deal with it. Right? No one should ever have to go through that. I'm glad more people are speaking out, because back when I did, there was no one. No one was willing. And that shouldn't happen to anyone. Ever. You know? Oh, absolute mental case. Dude needs some serious fucking help. Serious help. I mean, I absolutely think he should be disbarred for just what he did in the Jenkins case. Never mind what he did after that, you know? Yeah, let's see what Chris put. Hold on. Let's see what Chris put up. Let's see. Huh. Oh, man. This looks like Aiden ratted himself out on another account. So, looks like this Meredith 5150 account, which now is called Psychotic Lunatic Crazy Eyes. Let's see if I can redo this. Hold on. Okay. So this account here, this one with the bubble here at the top. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I don't know if brave is the right word. Just sick of watching people get hurt. I was a, volunteer advocate over a decade before I started my YouTube channel, and I never stopped doing that work. And I never will until the day that I take my last breath. And this is far beyond, the amount of victims he has is far beyond anything I've ever seen. And if someone doesn't step up, if people don't step up, he'll just be continued to allow to do it for another 10, 15 years and get away with it. And that makes my stomach turn, the amount of victims that he could have. So whatever little part I need to play to help it stop, then I'll play it. You know what I mean? Like whatever small part I can do to help, I'm going to do it. Do I deal with the backlash from his idiot minions? Sure, but they're low IQ at this point. And some of the shit they say is so nonsensical that you guys actually correct them fairly quickly. And it's actually funny to see now that people are actually willing to be like, you sound like a fucking idiot. Like you are actually in a cult and you should probably get some help. But so this is what this account that kind of outs himself a little as Aiden, in my opinion, says. You cannot be serious. The audacity of calling him a stalker, harassment, mental illness. By the way, I'm just going to throw it out there. He has all three of those. You need to get over yourself. You are irrelevant. He don't think of you. He was too busy fixing the fridge last night and this morning. Maybe you should try and do the same with your non-existent boyfriend. So Carly rightly points out, who else aside from Aiden and the appliance itself would know that he fixed the fridge last night and this morning? Like the fuck? Like what in the actual fuck are you talking about? Like really though? Like what? Like what? I can't. I literally can't. This is the shit, right? Like no one else is going to go to the link to make fake accounts about their ex-girlfriends and go ham sauce on them 24/7. If you think that the one that was exposed is the only sock account that he has talking shit, you got another thing coming. He has to have sock accounts to do damage control. So what he does is he uses these sock accounts to say, Aiden couldn't have done this than this. And he waits for someone smarter than him, or at least what he thinks is smarter than him, one of his minions, to think up an excuse. And when he waits for someone to think up an excuse about why it couldn't be him, then he uses the sock account to perpetuate that narrative. over and over and over. Then he logs on to a new sock account and perpetuates that narrative over and over and over until people hear it so much that they actually believe it. That's a real part of brainwashing. I'm kidding you not. Like, so for the 675 of you listening at the moment, take note. That's how brainwashing works. Mantras that are said over and over, things that are said over and over and over until you actually believe them to be true, even though you didn't go and look for the evidence yourself. This is the way it works. Thank you. I will. I totally will. We can all thank Chris for the raw data. We appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to go through it after the stream and maybe pop on later and give them some of what's in the extract. So that would be amazing. But we can all thank Chris for his tireless work of making sure that this piece of shit can't keep harming other people, because enough is enough already. He's been doing it for a fucking decade. At what point do us as people stand up and say, no more? This is not okay. We're not going to continue to allow someone to relentlessly victimize people just to hide his own bad behavior, because that's all it is. He accuses everybody of doing the same shit he does on a daily basis. No one else goes to the lengths of framing innocent people to prove that they're right to hide their own criminal behavior. That is fucking bonkers. Nuts. Delulu land. All right. That is crazier than some of the inmates that I had at Bridgewater. Okay. And I'm not fucking kidding. I'm dead serious. Some of the shit these people are willing to do is nuttier than some of the inmates that I had in the prison. All right. That's not normal. That's not normal. Ugh. Nobody wants to hear about his fridges of any kind or any of his nonsense. But that's what it said. I was just reading it. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go check out the reshare of the extract that Chris sent me of that raw data. And I am going to go and look at what I can share with all y'all. And then I will possibly be back later. Now, I'm guessing 7:30, but again, I don't know how long it's going to take me to look at it, redact it. I need to get out of this chair for a little while. My legs are killing me. I need to eat and maybe figure out how to do a pizza, because like now all I can think about is that freaking pizza. And so I'm going to do that and probably eat my pizza and then go through this information here. So I will pop up a stream probably in like an hour and a half with a approximate time of when I'm going to be back to share that stuff with you. So I love your stinking faces. On your way out, if you could please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you're not already subscribed, that's super helpful. Share, hype. Make sure you write comments on the videos. That stuff is always helpful for creators. And if you would like to do your monetary donations, you can get yourself a membership while we're still live, or when we come back. You can gift memberships to other people. You can do super chats, super stickers, or you can do the direct routes. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and we have a link and an Amazon wish list. All those things are in the description of the video. The link is for debit and credit cards. It goes to my PayPal, but you do not have to have a PayPal. You can remain anonymous on any of them. And if you're catching this on the restream and you decide to donate when I'm not live anymore, then I will just read it when we're live again. I love your stinking faces, and I will be back later. Bye.